Chapter 188. There was no need for Long Houchen to hint anything. If she couldn't even judge such a timing, then Kai would have wasted Sheng Yu's guidance over the past year. The sudden arrival of the Death Scythe finally made Shi Er truly feel the threat of death. With a roar that reached the heavens, he used his arms to block the attack of the Death Scythe. The current Shi Er was like Andamari back then. Having lost his strongest power, the amount of power he could resist against the Death God's 7 absolutes was very limited. However, his current state was still a bit stronger than Andamari back then. He wasn't instantly killed by Kai Er's attack. But even so, his 2 forearms were still cut off by the sharp Death Scythe, and a rain of greenish-black blood burst out. Shi Er madly roared. All the muscles and meridians in his body instantly rippled, and a mouthful of greenish-black blood wildly sprayed out from his mouth towards Kai Er in front of him. At the same time, his body rapidly expanded. He was finally driven to desperation, and was forced to use the great demonic disintegration technique. However, he didn't even manage to let out half of his roar before it came to a screeching halt. His body suddenly stiffened in the air, and immediately after, there was a terrifying explosion. It turned into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Not even a single intact limb was left. Knowing that the demon god had the ability to split itself and escape, how could Long Houchen only prepare a single battle-killing revolving sword for Shi Er? The ultimate meaning of the battle-killing revolving sword was the power of the final attack. This powerful technique couldn't simply suck the enemy into its attack range, continuously strengthening the attack, regardless of whether or not it could completely strangle the enemy. In the end, what would happen to the power that he had borrowed from the enemy? That wasn't Long Houchen's own strength. If he ended the battle-killing revolving sword like this, then in the end, the power would only be wasted. Therefore, Long Houchen used his own continuous understanding of the battle-killing revolving sword, in addition to his own understanding of sword intent, to add the final attack to his strengthened version of the battle-killing revolving sword. After killing the enemy, all the power and Long Houchen's own spiritual power were poured into the 2 swords. Remember when he challenged Long Tianin and used the cross slash at the end? It was a powerful sword skill performed by fusing 2 epic heavy swords. Even Long Tianin, who had an internal spiritual energy of over 200,000, had to use the Throne of God in order to block the attack. After being seriously injured, Shi Er, who still had his back facing Long Houchen, became the first sacrifice of the fusion sword. Blue and red light fused in the air, faintly forming a strange luster, an incomparably deep black mixed with a bit of blue starlight. Even though the light only flashed for a moment, the sword intent that rose in that instant caused its power to completely fall on Shi Er's body. The green goblin-mounted devil instantly collapsed and shattered. A dark green demon god's crown instantly flew out, trying to escape in the direction of the demon god pillar. Long Houchen's figure flashed, and he was already in front of it. The head on his chest suddenly came to life, opened its mouth, and forcefully swallowed the demon god's crown. Without a doubt, this demon god's crown benefited Long Houchen again. Kai Er and Long Houchen landed at the same time. Come! Long Houchen waved at Kai Er, and Kai Er's spiritual wings moved slightly, and she was already by his side. With a flash of golden light, the 2 of them disappeared. The golden light barrier that had enveloped the battlefield slowly dimmed and collapsed. It was necessary for Long Houchen to immediately leave with Kai Er. The green goblin-mounted devil was dead, and the demon god pillar he possessed also instantly lost its luster. Even if the other 6 demon gods were stupid, they could still determine what had happened. How could they care about continuing to pursue the assassin temple's powerhouses? They turned into 6 streams of light and flew towards the battlefield where Long Houchen and Shi were. Unfortunately, by the time they arrived, Long Houchen and Kai Er were long gone. Shi was left behind, but unfortunately, he was only a pile of minced meat. It was impossible for him to tell them what had happened. At this time, The majority of the Assassin Temple's powerhouses had already returned to the Exorcist Mountain Pass. The demon god's pursuit was very effective, and at least 5 heroic assassins were forever left on the battlefield. Fortunately, they had escaped in time, and the 9th stage heroic assassins had returned. It was also under Shang Yu's leadership that they joined hands to block the pursuing demon gods and avoided even greater losses. After being attacked, the demon gods were in a violent rage, and almost all of them used their demon god transformation. The difference between a 9th stage demon god transformation and an 8th stage demon god transformation was like heaven and earth. Shang Yu led the group of heroic assassins to resist with all their might, creating a chance for his companions to escape. The 8th stage heroic assassins were as fragile as paper in front of the 9th stage demon god transformation. In the continuous pursuit, the 6 demon gods had already gathered together, clashing with the Assassin Temple's main force. If the battle continued, the Assassin Temple side would probably suffer even more losses. But it was also at this time that the green goblin-mounted devil's demon god pillar died. The death of a demon god was a major event for all the demons. The 6 demon gods chasing the Assassin Temple's powerhouses immediately turned back in alarm, no longer caring about leaving Shang Yu and the others behind. The battle between Long Haochen and Shi sounded complicated, but in reality, the entire battle ended in just a few minutes. Why did Long Haochen use all of his trump cards? It was because he wanted to end the battle quickly. He chose the weakest Shi, and with a series of calculations and his own strength that surpassed Shi's, as well as perfect coordination with Kai, he finally killed Shi. Such a big gift for the Exorcist Mountain Pass couldn't be said to be small. Ever since Long Haochen arrived, 2 of the 8 great demon gods stationed here had already fallen, and even the demon god crown couldn't escape. For the demons, this was definitely a heavy blow. With a flash of light, Long Haochen and Kai appeared in the Tower of Eternity. There was no need to doubt the safety of this place. The moment the 2 appeared on the first floor of the Tower of Eternity, a purple light flashed, and Hao Yue was removed from Long Haochen's body. The 5 heads were raised high, and they all revealed expressions of intense excitement. Although Long Haochen and Hao Yue hadn't seen each other for a long time, in fact, their spiritual connection had never been broken. When Long Haochen woke up from his deep meditation, he immediately contacted Hao Yue, and Hao Yue seemed to be in secluded cultivation. The advancement of Long Haochen's cultivation was also a great boost to Hao Yue. Hao Yue's body became a bit heavier, and the scales on his body gradually emitted a purplish gold color. Although it wasn't strong, compared to before, there was a feeling of a qualitative change. Just as he separated from Long Haochen's body, his 5 big heads immediately gathered in front of Long Haochen, rubbing his body from different directions. That intimacy was like a child who had just met his father. Long Haochen stroked Hao Yue's huge heads. His 2 hands were obviously not enough, so he hugged them one by one. He hadn't seen them for more than a year, and he missed them. Xiao Hua, Xiao Guang, Xiao Qing, Xiao Lan, Xiao Zi, the horns on their heads had also become more obvious. The most beautiful was the butterfly horn on Xiao Lan's head. It had a bit of a feeling of spreading its wings and wanting to fly away. Its sapphire-like eyes were soft and gentle, just like a shy young lady from a noble family. Kai stood at the side, watching Long Haochen and Hao Yue's intimate appearance. The killing intent in her eyes gradually dissipated. Even now, she still felt that it was somewhat unreal. In the Exorcist Mountain Pass, the one who dealt the fatal blow to the flaming devil lion in Luo was her great-grandfather, Shang Yu. Shang Yu was a famous 9th-stage powerhouse for many years, and was also the Assassin Temple's temple master. His strength was extremely tyrannical. Moreover, because it had happened suddenly, and under the influence of various factors, and Luo had died before he could display his strength. But the Green Goblin Mount Devil was different. Long Haochen had completely defeated him in a head-on battle. Kai he could be sure that even if she hadn't interfered, it would have been difficult for him to escape death. The power of Long Houchen's final blow could be seen from the explosion of Houchen's body. The strength of a demon god's body was not inferior to their own spiritual power. Kai looked at Long Houchen with a gaze that, apart from the gentleness between a man and a woman, there was also heartfelt admiration. In the past year and a half, she hadn't brought a single cent with her and had been bitterly cultivating. She was the clearest about how much she had invested. But even so, she discovered that the gap between her and Long Houchen hadn't shrunk. Instead, it seemed to have widened. In fact, Long Houchen himself had racked his brains, and, at the same time, he had unleashed all of his abilities apart from the God's Descent spell. Hao Yue's fusion replaced the God's Descent spell, and the true power of the two divine swords was unleashed. Under Yu Ting's efforts, these two divine swords had been nourished by the meteorite. Although the nourishment had yet to end, their quality had clearly improved. It was to the extent that even after Long Houchen had fused with Hao Yue's power, it was still somewhat difficult for him to unleash their full power. Everything had gone according to plan. Today's slaughter, in addition to the battle and forbidden spell he had used when he had first arrived, had earned Long Houchen close to 1,000,000 merit points. In this way, he had earned the right to take Kai away from here. Not to mention Kai. Even Long Houchen himself had a very strong feeling that this wasn't real. In his mind, it seemed as if the enemy's strength had become weaker. But in reality, it was due to the improvement he had accumulated over the past year and a half of hard work. If it were anyone else, they would probably have gone crazy after meditating for a year and a half. The state of deep meditation was even better than when Kai had absorbed the sword of samsara back then. Back then, at least Kai had still been able to think, but Long Houchen's thoughts had to be controlled and integrated into that special state. He couldn't relax at all, and it was like a taut string. Looking at it from another perspective, as the son of the holy light and a god blessed, it would be abnormal for Long Houchen to not improve after meditating for a year and a half. Of course, he could only fight against low-level demon gods. But don't forget, he was only 20 years old. Hao Yue and Long Houchen were intimate for a while before they calmed down. Then, he immediately transmitted a thought to Long Houchen. Long Houchen shook his head and said, "No, now is not the time. We can't expose ourselves here. Moreover, there are other demon gods lying in wait. We can't be too hasty. Don't worry, there will be a time for you to show your skills." Hao Yue's suggestion to Long Houchen was undoubtedly targeted at the demon god pillars. Among the 8 demon gods outside the Exorcist Mountain Pass, 2 of them had already lost their masters. It was the best time to destroy them. Let alone Hao Yue's suggestion. It wasn't as if Long Houchen hadn't been moved. There were a total of 72 demon gods. The inheritance of the snake demon god had already ended. It could be said that every time a demon god was eliminated, the foundation of the demons would be shaken. However, Long Houchen was still very rational. When he thought of the Exorcist Mountain Pass dilapidated scene, when he first arrived, he didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. Otherwise, if the Demon Emperor knew that he and Hao Yue had appeared here, he would definitely launch a large-scale attack. How would the Exorcist Mountain Pass resist the Demon Emperor? At that time, the entire Exorcist Mountain Pass would be plunged into an abyss of misery and suffering. It was even possible that the Assassin Temple would be destroyed in one fell swoop. Although Long Houchen didn't understand why the 3 strongest demons, the Demon Emperor, the Moon Demon, and the Star Demon, hadn't made any movements, at least the Temple League could withstand the current situation. Perhaps the Demon Emperor was afraid that both sides would suffer. Therefore, although they killed 2 demon gods this time, their demon god pillars couldn't be moved lightly. Long Houchen couldn't expose his identity at the border. Long Houchen smiled at Kai and said, "Once we recover our spiritual power, we'll quickly return, so that a great-grandfather won't worry." Hao Yue didn't stay here and directly teleported back to his own world. Its ability seemed to have increased a lot. Long Houchen faintly felt that Hao Yue seemed to have reached a bottleneck and could break through at any time. Its huge body was somewhat bloated. If it evolved again, what kind of ability would it evolve to? Thinking of this, Long Houchen couldn't help but look forward to it. how Yue was able to destroy the demon god pillars. The stronger it was, the more advantageous it would be for their future operations. The green demon mount demon deity was dead. For the demons, this was a huge blow. In the central tent of the demons, 6 demon gods with different expressions and tyrannical auras had solemn expressions. The entire tent was filled with an incomparably oppressive atmosphere. We absolutely can't let this go. An angry roar broke the silence in the tent. The one who spoke was a tall man with a pair of wings on his back, a bull's horn on his head, and an iron-gray face. It was the winged bull mad demon Saigon. It was no wonder he was so angry. All these years, it had always been him, the flaming lion demon and Luo and the green demon mount demon deity guarding the exorcist mountain pass. Now that Luo and deity Saigon had died in battle, how could he not feel sad? Hearing his words, the other demon gods all had different expressions. Among the 6 demon gods, the one sitting in the main seat was actually a woman who looked like a human. Moreover, she was extremely beautiful. She wore a long pink dress, had long pink hair, and a pair of mesmerizing pink eyes. Her skin was fair and flawless, and her appearance was extremely beautiful. Her figure was extremely hot, and she was over 1.8 meters tall. If she were a human woman, she would definitely be considered tall. Moreover, she was extremely coordinated. Her long dress had very little fabric at the chest area, revealing a deep ravine. A pair of towering breasts seemed as if they could burst out of her clothes at any time. If one paid careful attention, they would discover that the other demon gods didn't dare to make eye contact with her. They didn't even dare to let their gazes linger on her. This was the 12th of the 72 demon god pillars of the demons, demon god City. The ranking of the demons' 72 demon god pillars was extremely important. To be able to rank in the top 12, one could well imagine her strength. She was also the highest commander of the demon army outside the Exorcist Mountain Pass. All the demon gods here were under her command. Although she only had the appearance of a woman, none of the demon gods were unconvinced by her. Sidi's expression was grave and stern, appearing even colder. However, she didn't rush to declare her position. Instead, she cast her gaze on the winged ox demon, Saigon. When Saigon was glanced at by her eyes, his extremely strong anger immediately subsided, and he sat down resentfully. Sidi said indifferently, "Everyone else, speak up. What do you all think?" "I agree with Saigon. We can't just let this matter rest. The humans dare to sneak attack us. If we don't teach them a profound lesson, won't they become even more arrogant? And Luo and she are both dead. If we can't accomplish anything, none of us will be able to bear His Majesty's blame." The one who spoke was a demon god whose entire body was shrouded in a black shadow. This demon god Long Haochen and Kai, or should be familiar with him. He was the one who had appeared within Luo on the city wall and sneak attacked Kai. However, in the end, they went for wool and came home shorn. They suffered a double loss. The flaming lion demon and Luo was buried outside the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Among the 72 demon god pillars, he was ranked 45th. He controlled the Earth Dragon tribe's invisible demon god, concealing demon godburn. Sidi narrowed her eyes and said, "Have the casualty figures been calculated?" "They've already been calculated." The winged ox demon, Saigon, immediately said, "The casualties are disastrous. More than 1,400 of those above the 6th step have died. More than 3,000 of those below the 6th step have been injured." Even for the demons, which were an army of experts as common as clouds, this level of casualty was quite huge, especially those demons above the 6th step. They couldn't be nurtured so easily. Hearing his words, Sidi's eyes immediately revealed a sharp and cold light. She slowly stood up, the towering peaks on her chest slightly swaying. "Tomorrow morning, we'll launch an attack. This time, we won't rest until we break through the Exorcist Mountain Pass." She was truly angry. Although she didn't want to admit it, concealing demon godburn was right. 2 demon gods had died. This wasn't something that could be easily explained. Since the start of the Holy War, This was the first time there had been demon god level casualties. CD, shouldn't we discuss it again? Sitting on the other side, a tall demon god said in a deep voice, His Majesty's intention is to continuously consume the human strength and not to break through. CD's ice-cold gaze swept across him. What? You have an opinion? That demon god immediately became sluggish. He lowered his head and didn't say anything. With her female appearance, she was able to command an army to threaten the Exorcist mountain pass. If CD didn't have a few tricks up her sleeve, how could she suppress the other demon gods? Do as I say. Yes. The other demon gods got up one after another, turned around, and left. Exorcist mountain pass. Sheng Yu's anxiety was finally alleviated. Long Haochen and Kai had returned together. This operation could definitely be considered a success for the Exorcist mountain pass. Although they had lost a few hidden heroic assassins, they had inflicted even more serious damage to the demons. At least 1/5 of the demons' experts of the 6th step and above had died under their surprise attack. Moreover, although they didn't know what happened on Long Haochen and Kai'er's side, they had seen the light rays of the demon god pillars of the Cyan demon riding demon faction disappear. Could it be that Long Haochen had killed a demon god? Sheng Yu didn't dare to believe this was true. No matter what, Long Haochen was only at the 8th step, but he didn't dare to be sure. He had seen how powerful the forbidden spell that Long Haochen had used was. Clearly, he couldn't use the standard of an ordinary 8th step expert to measure him. After Long Haochen and Kai recovered their spiritual energy in the Tower of Eternity, they immediately returned to the Exorcist mountain pass. After they appeared in the void, they immediately hid their bodies. Kai was naturally invisible, while Long Haochen had already put on a large cloak. Using his spiritual energy to distort the space around him, he concealed his existence. Kai directly grabbed his arm and flew back. This was the advantage of having a companion. Otherwise, in order to conceal his identity, Long Haochen would have to think of a way to return to the surface. You really killed Shi? Sheng Yu's eyes widened as he looked at Long Haochen and Kai in front of him. Kai stuck out her tongue and took a step back. Without any spirit of loyalty, she pointed at Long Haochen and said, It was all arranged by him, and he was the main one who did it. I only attacked once. Sheng Yu immediately looked at Long Haochen. He wasn't the only one here. There were also the Assassin Temple's chivalrous and hidden chivalrous assassins. After they returned, they immediately gathered together. Because Long Haochen and Kai hadn't returned, Sheng Yu didn't let them disperse. They were waiting for Long Haochen and Kai'er's news. If they waited for a bit longer, they might have to kill their way into the demon's barracks to look for Long Haochen and Kai'er. Long Haochen nodded and said, It can be considered good luck. The Cyan Goblin-mounted demon was ranked 70th among the demon's 72 demon god pillars. It was relatively weak and was ambushed by us. After successfully killing it, the demon god's crown was devoured by my demon beast companion. The demon beast companion he was talking about was naturally Long Haoyue. Of course, in the hearts of these assassin powerhouses, it was Star King. Listening to his simple explanation, the upper echelons of the Assassin Temple looked at each other in dismay, completely speechless. Was the Cyan Goblin-mounted demon easy to deal with just because it was ranked at the bottom? They had been dealing with this demon god for a long time. With the boost from the demon god pillars, Shi-Er's combat power was enough to reach the 9th tier, and he also had a series of life-saving abilities. Even with the explosive power of these assassins, they hadn't been able to kill him after so many years, but Long Haochen described it so casually. How did he succeed? Almost every assassin powerhouse had an incredulous look on their faces. After a short moment of shock, Sheng Yu's expression gradually turned ugly, and it was extremely ugly. Did you forget what I said before we set off? I said, don't attack the demon god. What if you failed to attack Shi-Er? How would I explain it to the Knights Templars? This hero was truly enraged. Out of all the powerhouses present, only he knew what Long Haochen and Kai'er meant to the Temple League. If Long Haochen fell just like that, Not only would he not be able to explain it to anyone else, it would also be the same. Long Houchen couldn't show weakness at this time, because he represented the Knights Templars, and he was the acting Holy Knight leader. Temple Master, please calm down. I've already made a detailed plan before I took action. Even if we failed to attack the green demon-mounted demon, Kai and I would definitely be able to escape unscathed. I have a relic that can travel through space. Under any circumstances, it can bring us into another space, and we can stay there for a long time. Previously, we also relied on this relic to kill Shi and escape safely from the battlefield. Hearing the word relic, Shang Yu couldn't help but be stunned, and the other assassins revealed similar expressions. A relic that can travel through space. This sentence practically attracted all their attention. This was the first time they had heard of this kind of relic. Moreover, for assassins, the temptation of escaping into another space for a long time was really too great. Is it from your Knights Templars? Shang Yu subconsciously asked. Long Houchen shook his head and said, It's mine, or to be more precise, it's our team's. Shang Yu cast his gaze towards Kai and saw that his great-granddaughter nodded without the slightest hesitation. Sighing inwardly, Shang Yu said, All right, since it's like this, I won't say any more. In any case, you killed a demon god for the Exorcist Mountain Pass, and this is also a great contribution. However, after tonight's operation, I can foresee that the demons' counterattack will immediately begin. Their vengeful mentality has always been the heaviest. Everyone, gather the magic crystals we collected this time, and we'll give them a taste of their own medicine. We'll let them have a taste of the might of the magic cannons. Yes, the group of chivalrous and hidden chivalrous assassins clearly showed excitement in their eyes. It had been a long time since they could fight to their heart's content like this. Just as Long Houchen said, assassins weren't good at defending cities, and the night and darkness were their true stage. After this sneak attack, the demon's strength had been greatly reduced. Even if they launched another attack on the Exorcist Mountain Pass, their strength would still be limited. Moreover, with the help of Long Houchen's forbidden spell, the morale of the soldiers in the Exorcist Mountain Pass had greatly increased, and the city's defenses had also recovered a bit under the repair of sufficient manpower. Temple Master, I request to participate in the defense of the city. Long Houchen immediately declared. Shang Yu snorted and said, You can't not participate even if you want to. What our Exorcist Mountain Pass lacks the most are priests. You and Hanyu will play the role of priest for me. If we can use that forbidden spell again, that would be the best. Long Houchen was speechless and inwardly said, I'm a knight, not a priest. However, Shang Yu had let him off with great difficulty, and he didn't want to invite a snub at this time, so he obediently agreed and retreated to the side. Kai smiled sweetly and followed at his side. Ever since Long Houchen returned, Kai mood couldn't be better. It was as if she had a backbone. The demon's attack came without any warning. At daybreak, the demon army in the distance of the Exorcist Mountain Pass suddenly moved. A large number of dual-blade demons were like a tide, rushing towards the Exorcist Mountain Pass. While they were rushing, a pair of blade-like front claws constantly stabbed into the ground, emitting unpleasant sounds. Darkness and blood once again enveloped the Exorcist Mountain Pass. At the top of the Exorcist Mountain Pass, the remaining half of the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment from the Knights Templars were transferred to the top of the city wall. Previously, they had always acted as a reserve, and were only dispatched to defend the city in the most critical moment. Even so, they had already lost half of their troops in this year's Holy War. It wasn't that Shang Yu didn't want to use them, but they were the help of the Assassin Temple from the Knights Templars, so how could he easily let them defend the most dangerous city wall? Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, Shang Yu and Sheng Lingxin, this grandfather and grandson pair, didn't use this Knight Regiment. The brilliant Angel Knight Regiment's Knight Regiment, of course, couldn't act as priests. They excelled in team battles, and their defensive power was astonishing, but their cultivation limited them, and they weren't good at healing. But when used to defend the city, they were much stronger than ordinary soldiers or the Assassin Temple's powerhouses. The Knight Regiment calmly stood in a line on the city wall. and every knight had a large number of soldiers and assassin temples powerhouses as support. The demons' large-scale counterattack was inevitable, and this battle was bound to be incomparably dangerous. Lingxin, who was familiar with the demons' tactics, was already prepared to deal with the demons' all-out attack. Therefore, all of his trump cards were brought out. After the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment stood in formation, they suddenly turned around and performed a knight salute towards the second layer of the Exorcist Mountain Pass. The knight's right fist pounded on their chest, and the sonorous sound immediately resounded above the city wall. Killing intent suddenly burst out, and the sonorous sound greatly stimulated the morale of the soldiers of the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Lingxin naturally knew that they weren't saluting him. Although the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment obeyed his orders, this kind of etiquette only belonged to the Knight Regiment. Long Haochen, who stood at Lingxin's side, took a step forward and pounded his chest with his right fist. In the next moment, he suddenly pulled out his ripple of light, raised it high into the sky, and shouted, "For the glory of the Knight Regiment." His loud shout reverberated through the entire Exorcist Mountain Pass. At the same time, a dazzling golden pillar of light erupted from his heavy sword. It was like the first ray of dawn had lit up the top of the Exorcist Mountain Pass. For the glory of the Knight Regiment. All the Knight Regiment issued a sonorous and angry shout at the same time. They all knew that the Lord Saint Knight Chief had come to the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Although he was only the acting Saint Knight Chief to the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment's Knight Regiment, they felt as if they had seen a relative. To them, it wasn't important who the Saint Knight Chief was. What was important was that the Knights Templars unexpectedly dispatched him to the Exorcist Mountain Pass. What did this mean? It meant that the Knights Templars had helped the Assassin Temple, and, at the same time, it also meant that the Knights Templars hadn't forgotten about them. Wasn't the arrival of the Lord Saint Knight Chief to command them? Moreover, on the first day Long Haochen arrived, he had already made great contributions twice in succession. Moreover, he had used the incomparably powerful forbidden magic, Sacred Rain, to conquer the entire Exorcist Mountain Pass. He had only used a day's time, and now his position in the Exorcist Mountain Pass was faintly comparable to that of Shangyu. To the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment's Knight Regiment, this was an incomparable glory. There was no profession that paid more attention to glory than a knight. Glory was life, and the Knight Regiment possessed a lofty sense of glory. Their fighting strength was the most frightening. At this very moment, after the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment had experienced such a huge consumption, it was as if they had found their souls again. Even if they were just standing on the second floor of the Exorcist Mountain Pass and watching these brave warriors, they could still feel the crazy fighting intent that was being emitted from their bodies. Lingxin stood beside Long Haochen and inwardly cursed. He was also extremely good to these Knight Regiment, but in the end they were still Knights Templars. Long Haochen hadn't even truly come into contact with them, but he was actually able to raise the morale of these Knight Regiment to such a degree. How could he not feel envy, jealousy, and hatred? Of course, this envy, jealousy, and hatred was completely benign. The person beside him was his future son-in-law. No matter how jealous he was, they were still family. Of course, it was impossible for Lingxin to not feel a sense of loss in his heart. His position in the Assassin Temple wasn't low, but compared to Long Haochen's position in the Knights Templars, it paled in comparison. Lingxin's heart was rapidly turning this thought, and he was constantly issuing orders. Are the magic cannons ready? Ready. There are a total of 21 intact magic cannons that could be used in battle. They have all been installed with magic crystals. Lingxin pondered for a moment and said, "How long can they attack? If we continue to attack, the magic crystals we have on hand can last for 24 hours. Considering the possibility of the magic cannons overheating and exploding, it would be best to cool them down every quarter of an hour." Lingxin nodded. The magic cannons could be used again, and his heart was finally filled with confidence. Have the reserves entered their designated positions? Everything is ready. Good. Lingxin's eyes flickered with a cold light, and his body imperceptibly emitted a dense majesty. Pass down my order. After the dual-bladed demons begin their attack, the warriors are to cooperate with the brilliant knight regiment to block them outside the battlements. The magic cannons are to be aimed at the sky. Once the enemy's air force appears, ruthlessly attack. Yes. Long Haochen stood at Sheng Lingxin's side, listening to his orders. From Sheng Lingxin's orders, he could hear that the situation of the Exorcist Mountain Pass wasn't optimistic. Although the Alliance had been continuously providing support, the demons' continuous offensive had nearly exhausted all the defensive tools of the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Although the magic cannons could be replenished this time. But in terms of strength, the Exorcist Mountain Pass was still at a clear disadvantage. Now, he could only hope that the 6 great demon gods wouldn't join the battle. Otherwise, today's situation wouldn't be easy to deal with. "Commander, look!" A soldier who was looking into the distance suddenly shouted anxiously. Chapter 189. Sheng Lingxin hurriedly walked to the forefront of the second layer of the city wall and surveyed the distant scene. His complexion immediately changed a bit. Long Haochen also followed him to the top of the city wall to survey the scene, and his heart immediately sank. He saw that in the distant demon army's barracks, 6 enormous light pillars soared into the sky, illuminating the entire demon army. And these 6 enormous light pillars were slowly moving towards the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Without a doubt, these 6 light pillars were the 6 great demon gods of the demons. From information given by the Exorcist Mountain Pass, among these 6 great demon gods, other than the winged bull mad devil who was at the peak of the 8th step, the other 5 were at the 9th step. After drawing support from the demon god pillars, their strength could only be described as terrifying. At this moment, the demons displayed this battle formation. It was clear that they wanted to fight to the death with the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Moreover, the 6 great demon god pillars moved at the same time, pressuring towards the Exorcist Mountain Pass. For the ordinary demons, they also had a considerable degree of amplification. At the same time, for the demons' morale, it was even more indescribably huge. Sheng Lingxin's expression clearly revealed a bit of panic. Although he was doing his utmost to restrain himself, but from his current silence, it could be seen that the demons' sudden all-out attack had put this Exorcist Mountain Pass military chief under enormous pressure. "Uncle Sheng, don't worry. Soldiers come with arms, water with an earth weir." Long Haochen whispered in Sheng Lingxin's ear in a voice that only Sheng Lingxin could hear. Sheng Lingxin turned his head to look at him and slowly nodded. Long Haochen pulled Kai Er's hand and, after thinking for a bit, said, "In a large-scale battle, morale is the most important. We absolutely cannot weaken our side's morale. Kaya, let's go up. Let's give them a look." As he spoke, Long Haochen raised his right hand, and a golden light shone beside him. The Star King appeared beside Long Haochen on a 6-pointed star. Ever since he bathed in Long Haochen's divine rain that day, Star King's aura clearly became somewhat different. The layer of gold on his pure white fur became even more distinct, and his pair of eyes also became even clearer. Long Haochen floated up and landed behind Star King. Sheng Lingxin was startled and said, "Long Holy Knight, don't act blindly without thinking." Naturally, he couldn't call Long Haochen's name on the battlefield. Long Haochen gave him a reassuring gesture, and after calling out to Kair, he lightly tapped the Star King's abdomen with his heel. The Star King unfolded its wings, and with power from its 4 hooves, it directly soared into the sky from the top of the second layer of the city wall. At the same time, Kai turned into a gray light and followed behind Long Haochen. Her huge black wings unfolded at the same time, and she closely followed Long Haochen, climbing high into the sky above the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Long Haochen beckoned to Kai calling her to his side. At this moment, the dual-bladed demons below had already begun to climb up the Exorcist Mountain Pass, and the demons' main force was constantly advancing. After the two had a simple exchange, they nodded to each other and immediately separated to the left and right. The Exorcist Mountain Pass was built on a mountain, and both sides were high peaks. Only the front would receive the enemy's attack, which was a natural stronghold. Relying on such a natural stronghold, the Exorcist Mountain Pass had already stopped the demon's attacks countless times. Long Houchin and Kai flew, and very quickly they arrived at the edge of the Exorcist Mountain Pass's city wall. Their movements similarly attracted the attention of the soldiers of the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Riding on the back of the Star King, Long Houchin lightly patted its neck. Star King, in a moment, you have to seriously experience it. It should be very beneficial for your evolution. The Star King turned its head to look at Long Houchin and gratefully nodded its head. Long Houchin took a deep breath and withdrew his ripples of light. He slowly lifted his left hand, and the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield's orange radiance was not released. Long Houchin was slightly surprised. He raised his head to look at the sky and suddenly came to a realization. That's right. Right now, it was dawn, the time when the sun and moon alternated. It was also the time when the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield failed. However, if the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield failed at this time, it would destroy the plan he had just discussed with Kai. What should he do? Right now, he and Kai could be said to be the focus of everyone's attention. If there was a careless mistake at this time, it would be a huge blow to the morale of the entire Exorcist Mountain Pass. Right now, he was like an arrow on the bowstring and had no choice but to release it. On the other side, Kai floated in the air, and after she glanced at Long Houchin, she raised her right hand above her head and made a gesture in the air. The enormous death god's scythe quietly appeared in her hand. Immediately, with Kai-Er's body as the center, a large expanse of gray energy spread out, and dense killing intent soared into the sky. Tyrannical spiritual energy mixed with a killing intent that seemed to have substance frantically rose. Kai-Er's long hair fluttered without any wind, and her eyes gradually turned as black pearls. The death god's scythe slightly trembled, and the distorted gray ripples also increased. Long Houchin could clearly see the situation on Kai-Er's side. His original plan was to release the ability of a gods favored together with Kai-Er. After all, the demon army in front of them didn't have demons like a Bao who understood him. Moreover, he had also changed his mount, so it wouldn't be easy for the demons to recognize him. Moreover, even if they recognized him, he couldn't care less. If the Exorcist Mountain Pass couldn't be defended, would it matter whether his identity was exposed or not? Seeing that Kai-Er had already begun to release the death god's aura, while Long Houchin couldn't use the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield to draw the divine power of the Goddess of Light, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Time waits for no man. He simply didn't have any more time to think. At this time, Long Houchin had no other choice. He already couldn't care whether his identity was exposed or not. Since he couldn't draw it with the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield, then he could only use the aria of the Goddess of Light. After all, he was still only at the 8th step and not the 9th step. Relying on his own strength and borrowing the power of the Goddess of Light was far from enough. And although Kai-Er's cultivation was weaker than his, the Death God's scythe, this divine weapon, could be completely used by Kai-Er, just as Long Houchin was prepared to use the aria of the Goddess of Light regardless of everything. The Star King transmitted a message to him. Master, let us try again. Perhaps we can combine our strength to once again ignite the power of your shield. Long Houchin didn't have time to think. He made a prompt decision. All right, then let us try. The golden light under Star King's feet shone brightly, and its wings spread out. The golden hexagram under its body quickly spread outwards, and with every circle it spread, the golden color would become a bit denser. It could be clearly seen that the white fur on Star King's body was changing from the roots to golden at an astonishing speed. Without a doubt, this Starlight Unicorn King was already using its original power. On the Star King's forehead, a golden star emitted a dazzling brilliance. The golden light flowed upwards and merged into its horn. At first, it was only a tiny bit of golden light, but it rapidly expanded like a prairie fire. A golden pentagram quietly expanded, spreading to a diameter of 10 meters, enveloping Long Houchin and the Star King. Within the range of the golden pentagram, it was just like when Long Houchin used his charging skill as a huge golden fog rose up. In the process of rising, the light mist still maintained the five-pointed star shape and did not dissipate. After the Star King used this ability, Long Houchin felt the light elements around him suddenly become incredibly condensed, as though all the light in the air was gathering towards them. In the sky, the dawn that had just appeared had dimmed significantly. Their presence, however, seemed to illuminate the entire battlefield. What Star King was using at that moment was his innate skill, which was also the Starlight Unicorn's strongest skill. In the entire tribe, only he, as the king, could use it. It was called Star Domain. The Star Domain was similar to the domain of a Type 9 powerhouse. However, because the Starlight Unicorn could only reach the Type 8 realm, the range of the domain would not be too large, only about 10 meters in diameter. The effect of the domain was similar to the Starlight Unicorn's ability, amplification, a complete amplification. The Star Domain could increase the density of the light elements within the domain by 10 times in a short period of time, absorbing all the light from the outside world at a crazy speed. In this process, the Star King was burning his own life force. He could not sustain it for long, or else his life would be in danger. The fact that he was willing to use the Star Domain meant that the Star King was completely convinced by Long Houchin and was willing to sacrifice himself to help him. After all, there was no contract between the Star King and Long Houchin would not force him to do anything. This was the amplification of a domain, and although the Star King's cultivation was not at the level of a forbidden spell, it was extremely close. Without hesitation, Long Houchin channeled all his spiritual energy into the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield. Previously, at dawn and dusk, when Long Houchin discovered that the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield could not be activated, he tried to channel a large amount of spiritual energy into it, but it was all in vain. The spiritual energy he channeled was like a clay ox entering the sea, and there was no reaction. Even if he used up all his spiritual energy, it was to no avail. After unleashing the power of the Divine Snail Shield of Sun and Moon last time, Long Houchin recalled the chant left behind by the Divine Snail Shield of Sun and Moon before it died. Only then did he vaguely understand the mysteries of the Divine Snail Shield of Sun and Moon. However, because his cultivation was not high enough, he had not been able to unleash the full power of the Divine Snail Shield. The defense of the Sun and Moon, the heart, the guidance of light, the protection of God. Dawn at dawn, sunset at dusk, sun and moon alternating, Divine Snail Shield. If Long Houchin's guess was correct, the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield could even unleash the power of a supreme Divine Snail Shield when the sun and moon alternated. At this time, he did not have much time to think, and could only forcefully channel spiritual energy into the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield to see if it could unleash its power. After all, it was best not to expose his identity by using the aria of the Goddess of Light. This time, Long Houchin had sufficient confidence in channeling spiritual energy into the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield. The adamantine foundation armor and the Star King had become his solid support. Moreover, with the help of these two, his spiritual energy had directly increased to the level of the Ling Gang. Directly channeling the Ling Gang into the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield was naturally much more effective than spiritual energy. Long Tianyin had once told Long Houchin that if he wanted to activate the throne of God, he needed the Ling Gang. Ordinary spiritual energy would not be able to cause any reaction from the throne of God. Not only the throne of God. Based on Long Tianyin's experience, almost all artifacts needed the power of the Ling Gang to be activated. Kair, who could activate the Death Scythe at the 7th level, was a special case. To be precise, the Death Scythe was already a part of her body. At most, she could not fully unleash the power of this artifact, but she could use it. But on the other hand, how much did Kair have to pay for it since she was young? How could the pain of reincarnation be endured by ordinary people? The Ling Gang continued to channel spiritual energy into the shield. Long Houchin felt the changes in the sun-moon divine snail shield with all his heart and soul. On the other side, the murderous aura released by Kair had become stronger and stronger. In terms of power, it was far above Long Houchin's. The Star Realm released by the Star King could not be compared to the purification power of the Death Scythe. At this time, the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield gave Long Houchin the feeling of a bottomless abyss. After his own spiritual power was transformed into the Ling Gang, it was quickly emptied. At the same time, the spiritual power of the adamantine base armor was also pouring out rapidly. Together with the light elements gathered by the Star King through the Star Realm and the spiritual power of the Star King, they were all injected into the shield through Long Houchin's body. Although the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield still had no reaction at this moment, what made Long Houchin happy was that in the distant sky, a touch of white had already lit up, and the sun gradually revealed a trace of golden light. Whether it was dusk or dawn, the real time when the sun and the moon alternated was very short. As long as the time when the sun and the moon alternated, Long Houchin could activate the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield. Using the epic Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield to activate the God's Descent spell was enough to deter the enemy and boost the morale of his own side. The war was already in full swing. The demon army swept over at an astonishing speed. On the walls of the Exorcist Mountain Pass, under the leadership of the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment, the officers and soldiers used their lives to firmly suppress the dual-bladed demons below the walls, making it impossible for them to climb up. In the distance, among the demon army, the dual-headed demon vultures and demon birds were rushing over at an astonishing speed. They were a dense black mass that seemed to cover the sky. With the support of the 6 demon gods, these flying demons appeared even more ferocious and awe-inspiring, like dark clouds pressing down on the city. On the ground, a large number of low-level demons were mixed in the dual-bladed demons camp, gradually moving closer to the Exorcist Mountain Pass. A large number of demon eye warlocks and flame demon manicores had already begun to prepare their magic. Emotion demon god City was furious. This time, she had already gone against the will of the demon emperor, truly mobilizing the full strength of the demon army to take revenge for the 2 demon gods. Her plan was very simple: destroy the Exorcist Mountain Pass, and even occupy it as a fulcrum for the demons to enter the Temple League at any time. Of course, she wouldn't continue advancing, otherwise she would really be challenging the prestige of the Demon Emperor. She still didn't dare. Chapter 190. Kai raised her head, her long hair fluttering without any wind, spreading out behind her like a disk. The death scythe in her hand made a slashing motion in the air. Immediately, a sparkling and translucent gray light unfolded in the air like a tear. The sky suddenly darkened, and then an incomparably gloomy killing intent enveloped the demon army like quicksilver. In the air, wherever the gray light passed, a wide fissure was opened. Within the black fissure, specks of starlight could be seen, and that biting cold killing intent came from within. Behind Kai, a tall phantom appeared. The phantom's height was no less than 100 meters, and it also held a huge scythe in its hand. It looked like an enlarged version of Kai, just that it was completely gray and illusory. Similarly, killing intent leaked out, but what fell on the Exorcist Mountain Pass was completely different. All the officers and soldiers on the Exorcist Mountain Pass felt a dense killing intent instantly fusing into their blood vessels, completely arousing the killing intent in their hearts. In their hearts, fighting seemed to have become the most sacred mission. If God obstructed them, they would kill God. If Buddha obstructed them, they would kill Buddha. Positive and negative slaughter boundary. One of Kai-Er's God descending technique skills. This already had nothing to do with her own cultivation and was completely the formidable ability of the God descending technique. Of course, because Kai-Er's current cultivation was still far from enough, the positive and negative slaughter boundaries power couldn't cover a large area. However, for her current close combat form, she only needed to control the boundary to cover the Exorcist Mountain Pass. For enemies, The positive and negative slaughter boundary would greatly reduce their imposing manner due to the terrifying killing intent and produce intense fear in their hearts, thereby substantially reducing their fighting strength. But for allies, it was an all-around increase in killing intent. The increase in killing intent could allow them to display 120% of their strength, and at the same time, they wouldn't be affected by anything else on the battlefield. This was the first time Kai tried to use this boundary. She hadn't grasped it for a long time and had never truly used it in battle because she lacked confidence. If it was before she lost her memory, this situation absolutely wouldn't have occurred. Long Houchen's return not only brought Kai happiness, but also made her feel that she had someone to rely on. With peace of mind, her confidence naturally increased, and she was finally able to unleash the power of the Death God's descent spell. Under the influence of the positive and negative slaughter boundary, the morale of the soldiers of the Exorcist Mountain Pass surged, and the demons were completely routed from the top of the city wall. In their eyes, the 6 demon god pillars in the distance seemed to only have the effect of illumination. It wasn't enough to affect the morale at all. Affected by the positive and negative slaughter barrier, the demons' attacks suddenly slowed down, and their reactions became sluggish. The lower one's cultivation, the greater the effect of the barrier. The might of a god's favored who wielded a god's artifact that was compatible with him was naturally not something that an expert of the same level could compare to. Just Kai's god's descent spell alone was enough to raise the morale of their side. And on the other side, Long Houchen still hadn't made a move. Long Houchen's Ling Gang didn't stop, and the Star King's star domain was still continuing. As long as the light elements were absorbed, they would be quickly supplied to Long Houchen. In just a short while, Long Houchen's Ling Gang in the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield had already surpassed the level of 100,000 spiritual energy points. Moreover, the speed of his infusion didn't show the slightest sign of slowing down. It couldn't be denied that Long Houchen's current comprehensive strength was very high. As a god's favored, after using the divine rain, his body's fusion with the light attribute had become even closer. Therefore, any light element that came to him would produce an incomparable feeling of intimacy. The adamantine base battle armor was a powerful piece of epic equipment, and its auxiliary effect was already extremely strong. Moreover, there was the Star King's star domain, which was comparable to a forbidden spell. For a time, although Long Houchen's own cultivation base wouldn't increase to a very strong level, there would be a qualitative leap in terms of sustained combat power. And he directly converted this sustained combat power into the Ling Gang and provided all of it to his Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield. It had been a long time since he had obtained the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield. Long Houchen could feel that every time he used it, his compatibility with it would increase. As this feeling became more and more obvious, he felt that he was getting closer to being able to truly control the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield. At this time, although he still hadn't activated the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield, he could faintly feel that the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield was accumulating power, as if it could explode at any time. And this explosion required him to continuously provide the Ling Gang with power. Long Houchen's gaze was fixed on the distant horizon, at the rising sun. Dawn was about to pass, and the sun was about to shine on the earth. Would it be far before the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield could release its true brilliance? In fact, Long Houchen's judgment of the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield's ability was correct. The incantation left behind by Sun Moon Divine Snail did indeed tell him that if he wanted the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield to release its greatest power, he needed to do so at dusk or dawn, when the sun and moon alternated. But Long Houchen's current cultivation base was still too far away from the ultimate power of activating the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield. Therefore, no matter how hard he tried, no matter how much the Star King helped him, during the period when the sun and moon alternated, he still couldn't activate the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield. The 6 great demon gods were all floating in the air, each bathing in their demon god pillar. Emotion demon god, Sidi, coldly stared at the distant Exorcist Mountain Pass. Although her expression didn't change, she was secretly shocked in her heart. Kai's powerful killing intent made her feel a faint sense of panic. With her cultivation base, she could naturally see that this was the God's descent technique, which drew upon the power of God to achieve such power. But before today, such a scene had never appeared in the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Burn is that the human you and Enluo went to assassinate. Sidi pointed at Kai, in the distance, and asked the concealing demon god beside her. Burn nodded and said, "Yes, it's her. But how did her strength change? She seems to have become stronger." Sidi coldly snorted. "That's not her strength. She borrowed the power of God, God's favored one. It seems that she is very likely the human girl that His Highness the Crown Prince mentioned. I let her escape at that time. So, she was in the Assassin Temple." Burn said in a deep voice, "The one on the other side is the human knight who suddenly arrived that day and blocked Enluo's return, as well as my attack. I think he is even more dangerous. If not for him, Enluo would not have died. What does he want to do?" Sidi slightly narrowed her eyes. "No matter what he wants to do, he must die today. Enluo and Tai Air need to be buried with human blood and corpses. That day, he was the one who used the forbidden spell. But don't you think it's a little strange? This human's cultivation base doesn't seem to have reached the 9th stage, which is 100,000 spiritual energy. How did he use the forbidden spell?" Burns said, "It might be some special equipment of the humans. He is wearing the fine gold foundation armor of Knights Templars, which seems to have a great amplification effect. Moreover, the shield he used to block my attack that day is also very strong. If not for that shield, it would be impossible for him to block so many of my attacks." Sidi coldly said, "These humans think that they're the only ones who can use forbidden spells. Do they think that we can't? The few of you protect me. I want to show the humans the true power of us demon gods." As she spoke, Sidi's body slowly floated up, and the other 5 demon gods quickly gathered around her. The 6 demon god pillars formed a shape that looked like a plum blossom. The 5 demon gods were on the outside, and the emotion demon god Sidi was in the center. Sidi slowly raised her hands towards the sky, and the demon god pillar she was on suddenly exploded with a blinding pink light. The light from the demon god pillar shot into the sky. The dense spiritual energy mixed with the surging pink light caused the sky on the side of the demons to become the same color. Seeing this pink light immediately gave people a sweet and sticky feeling, as if there was something scratching in their hearts. That kind of itching feeling was extremely uncomfortable. Sidi was wearing a pink dress, and with her pink hair and eyes, as well as her fiery figure, she was filled with endless temptation. She began to chant a spell in a low voice, and circles of pink light began to spread from her body. It was now clear how powerful she was as the 12th of the 72 demon god pillars of the demons. She had only just begun to chant, but the power of the forbidden spell was already showing. The pink light emitted from her body gradually condensed into a huge human figure in the air. This figure was 10 times bigger than the Grim Reaper figure behind Kair. As the pink light grew stronger, the figure became clearer and clearer. Surprisingly, this figure was the emotion demon god herself. It was Sidi, who had been magnified many times. All of her charm was revealed in this huge light, and it was becoming stronger and stronger. Even the light from the 6 demon god pillars dimmed because of this light. Seeing this silhouette, even under the stimulation of Kai-Ur's front and back slaughter barrier, the human warriors couldn't help but stare blankly. This silhouette was really too big, and it was impossible not to look at it. The emotion demon god Sidi's beauty was filled with endless temptation, and it gave people endless imagination. She also had the perfect figure that every man dreamed of. The pathetically thin pink dress swayed gently in the wind. As her figure became clearer and clearer, the breathing of the human warriors became faster and faster. The most primitive desires of humans were stirring, and the weapons in their hands naturally began to slow down. The demons, who had been completely suppressed, suddenly erupted again. The battle on top of the city wall became even more intense. Sheng Lingxin, who had been commanding calmly, saw the huge light in the distance, and his expression changed. He said hoarsely, "It's the emotion demon god Sidi. She's going to cast a forbidden spell." Lan Yinyu was beside her husband. "What kind of forbidden spell is this? Have you seen it before?" Sheng Lingxin said in a deep voice, "Sidi's nickname is the emotion demon god. Among the demons, she is said to be in charge of lust. This forbidden spell of hers may not have any direct attack power, but it is more terrifying than those forbidden spells that attack directly. It can stimulate our most primitive desires. Even with my cultivation, I can feel my whole body heating up, let alone the warriors." Lan Yinyu said anxiously, "What should we do? Is there any way to interrupt her?" Sheng Lingxin said with a bitter smile, "Don't you see that the other 5 demon gods are surrounding her? How can we interrupt the power of the 6 demon god pillars gathered together? We can only rely on Grandfather and the others." Lan Yinyu frowned. "Can we not look at her?" Sheng Lingxin shook his head and said, "It's useless. This forbidden spell is just the beginning. With Sidi's cultivation, if the forbidden spell she uses is only to not look at it, then how can she still be ranked 12th among the demons?" Lan Yinyu said doubtfully, "But why don't I feel anything?" Sheng Lingxin said, "Maybe it's because women are immune to her forbidden spell. But our warriors are all men." Speaking till here, his gaze subconsciously looked at Kai in the sky, and then looked at Long Haochen, who was still emitting a golden halo without any movement. Sheng Lingxin faintly felt that today's battle was related to the life and death of the Exorcist Mountain Pass. If something went wrong, perhaps the Exorcist Mountain Pass would forever disappear from this world. At that time, the Assassin Temple might not be able to survive. Right now, he was already thinking in his heart, if it really didn't work, then no matter what, he had to cover for Long Haochen to leave with his daughter. It would also be good to leave the last bloodline of the Assassin Temple. As a father, he would always have some selfishness. Long Haochen also saw the forbidden spell cast by emotion demon god Sidi, and was immediately startled. His feeling was different from Sheng Lingxin's. Being in the star domain, Long Haochen's powerful mental strength, coupled with the support of the light element from all rivers running into the sea, allowed his senses to reach an extremely shocking level. He discovered that Sidi's forbidden spell was like a projection. The entire forbidden spell's effect was a special spatial fluctuation that was only projected on the top of the Exorcist Mountain Pass. In other words, the demons below couldn't see it. Unless they attacked the top of the city wall, they wouldn't be affected by Sidi's forbidden spell. Moreover, Long Haochen could now be said to be a bystander, and a bystander could see things clearly. He discovered that the demon army that was pouncing towards the Exorcist Mountain Pass like a tide, after Sidi began to cast the forbidden spell, had instead slowed down. Only the dual-bladed demons were still pouncing with all their strength, while the other low and middle-level demons and high-level demons had clearly decreased their speed. Only because of the dual-bladed demons' unceasing attacks, the Exorcist Mountain Pass didn't feel too many changes in this aspect. The emotion demon god's forbidden spell was equally effective against the demons. Long Haochen immediately came to this conclusion. At this time, in the distance, a raging fire suddenly rose in the demon camp. At least a third of the demon camp was set ablaze, and the raging fire quickly rose. That's right, before the battle started, the Assassin Temple's temple master, Hero Shengyu, had already led the experts of the Assassin Temple to quietly leave the Exorcist Mountain Pass. After receiving Long Haochen's reminder, in addition to the huge results of last night's sneak attack, Shengyu was fully aware of what an assassin should do. These experts could only be said to be useless if they stayed on the top of the Exorcist Mountain Pass, and could only confront the other side. Moreover, they were assassins, not magicians, and didn't have the amplification of demon god pillars like the demon god. Therefore, even if they were ninth-step chivalrous assassins, they still couldn't cast a large area forbidden spell. Therefore, they could be used as a surprise attack outside the Exorcist Mountain Pass, and as an incomparably sharp divine weapon, it was far more effective than staying inside the Exorcist mountain pass to support the defense. This fire was ignited by them in the demon camp, and at the same time, it also completely burned the demon's granary. However, at this moment, Sheng Yu's mood was incomparably solemn. He naturally saw CD start to cast a forbidden spell. However, from the angle of the demon army's rear, there was only an illusory pink light in the air, and he simply couldn't clearly see what ability CD was using. This was what Long Haochen observed. CD's true image of the forbidden spell was only projected on the top of the Exorcist mountain pass. In order to not affect the demon army, other than the Exorcist mountain pass, this forbidden spell wouldn't affect anyone else who saw it. Chivalrous, follow me. Hidden chivalrous assassins attack the high-level demons from the rear. Sheng Yu gave the order without the slightest hesitation. He absolutely couldn't let CD's forbidden spell succeed. Otherwise, the Exorcist mountain pass would be in danger. 11 distorted rays of light simultaneously disappeared in the air. One could faintly see that behind the 6 demon god pillars, the air suddenly became distorted, and an incomparably sharp killing intent directly locked onto the 6 demon gods in the air. CD acted as if she didn't notice these chivalrous assassins, still chanting her incantation. That illusory light began to become clearer and clearer, as if there really was such a huge version of her in this world. The top of the Exorcist mountain pass was also affected more and more, and the eyes of the soldiers were starting to turn somewhat red. Under the effect of Kai Er's positive and negative slaughter boundary, relying on the increased killing intent, she was able to suppress CD's forbidden spell to a certain extent. However, at this time, Kerr, who was in the air, was already covered in sweat. No matter how powerful a god's favored was, no matter how powerful the death god Scythe was, in the end, she was only an assassin of the 7th step. If Kai Er's cultivation could reach the 9th step, relying on God's descent, her positive and negative slaughter boundary might even be able to suppress CD's forbidden spell. But now, she was completely unable to do so. Persisting with the boundary was just like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. Moreover, once her boundary loosened, the soldiers of the Exorcist mountain pass would be affected even more. Kai clenched her teeth, bitterly holding on. Because she had correctly judged the situation, she didn't dare to slack off. She had to persevere. She had to persevere. Her gaze unconsciously shifted to the other side of the Exorcist mountain pass, where Long Haochen was. She didn't know what Long Haochen was doing, but she had a kind of stubborn confidence in him. He would definitely be able to reverse the situation. He would definitely be able to. An ear-piercing sound suddenly erupted from behind the 6 demon god pillars, and in the air, a 300-meter-long crack appeared out of nowhere, fiercely cutting towards a motioned demon god CD. It was precisely the 11 chivalrous men who had made their move. This attack was their joint attack, with only one goal: to stop CD from continuing with her incantation. Concealing Demon God Burn's face revealed a trace of disdain. Aside from CD's Demon God Pillar, the other 5 Demon God Pillars suddenly changed directions, forming a horizontal line, blocking behind CD. Boom! A terrifying explosion resounded in the air, and the huge cracks suddenly shattered into countless tiny spatial cracks, scattering in all directions. 11 figures simultaneously bounced back, each flying several hundred meters before stabilizing their bodies. The 5 demon god pillars were like 5 indestructible Vajras, forcibly blocking the sudden attack of the 11 heroes. Why did the Temple League cherish Long Haochen, who was able to destroy the demon god pillars so much? It was because for more than 6,000 years, humans had never been able to find a way to destroy the demon god pillars. With the demon god pillars, human experts had already suffered countless losses. When the demon god demons used the demon god pillars, the more demon god pillars there were, the more terrifying the might of the demon god pillars. With their current all-out defense, using the 5 demon god pillars to protect CD, the 11 Type 9 heroic assassins were helpless against them. Temple Master, what should we do? One of the heroes who had used too much strength earlier wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked Shengyu. At this moment, Shengyu's eyes were a little bloodshot. He knew that in this situation, Sidi's forbidden spell could no longer be stopped. They could not do it at all. This was also the situation that he did not want to see. If it was a top expert from the magic temple, perhaps they could use the forbidden spell against Sidi. However, among the 6 temples, there were 2 top experts from 2 temples that did not have the ability to use forbidden spells. They were the Assassin Temple and the Warrior Temple. In terms of individual combat, they were stronger. Their Ling Gang's power far surpassed that of the Magic Temple, the Soul Temple, and the Temple of the Priests. However, their Ling Gang could not break through the demon god Pillar's blockade. Shengyu's breathing was obviously a little hurried. However, as the master of the Assassin Temple, he had already prepared for the worst. He took a deep look at the 6 demon god pillars in front of him, clenched his teeth, and gave an order that made his heart bleed. Kill them. Once they use the forbidden spell, we will go down and kill those high-level demons. I want to see if they die first, or if our people die first. This was already the last resort. Even if there was the slightest possibility, Shengyu would not give such an order. As soon as he said this, the eyes of the other 10 heroes turned red. It was very difficult for Shengyu to give such an order. His grandson, Sheng Lingxin, was commanding the battle at the Exorcist Mountain Pass, while his great-granddaughter was doing her best to resist the forbidden spell in the air. Once the forbidden spell of the emotion demon god was completed, they would be the first to bear the brunt. Kill! The 11 heroes burst into an earth-shaking roar at the same time. Under the shocked gazes of the other 5 demon gods, they were like 11 raging dragons, crazily sweeping towards the demon army below. The impact of 11 Tier 9 powerhouses on the demon army was not to be trifled with. Although assassins did not specialize in large-scale attacks, their attack power within a certain range was far beyond that of a magician. Wherever the 11 heroes passed, the demons were thrown into disarray. Even the experts of the 7th and 8th grade demons could not stop them for even a moment. For a moment, the high-level demons at the rear of the demon army fell into chaos. This time, it was not a sneak attack, but an open attack. The speed of the massacre would only be faster. The faces of the demon gods of the demons immediately turned ugly. The reason why the 9th grade powerhouses of both sides did not easily participate in the battle was to prevent both sides from truly suffering. The destructive power of the 9th grade powerhouses was too strong. Once they joined the battle against low-level opponents, it would definitely result in a bloody massacre. In the end, both sides would definitely suffer. The Exorcist Mountain Pass could not withstand the powerful forbidden spell of the emotion demon god. Similarly, the demons also could not withstand the crazy attacks of so many 9th grade powerhouses. Shengyu had just landed on the ground when the pair of orange-red short swords in his hands, shining with an epic grade radiance, were already swung horizontally. With him as the center, the orange-red radiance spread out in a fan shape, almost instantly shredding the bodies of dozens of high-level demons. In the next instant, his body was already 100 meters away. His whole body spun rapidly like a top. No one saw clearly how he rushed into the demons' camp, but this series of spins had already taken the lives of hundreds of demons. Those ordinary 4th grade and 5th grade demons did not even have the slightest possibility of resisting in front of the epic grade radiance. The same thing happened at 11 different locations at the same time. The destructive power was far greater than the sneak attack from last night. Emotion demon god Sidi's expression also turned ugly. She still continued her incantation. At this time, she had already reached the point where she had no choice but to release the arrow on the bowstring. She was already halfway through her forbidden spell. If she stopped now, then everything that she had done before would be in vain. Moreover, she still could not let the other 5 demon gods take action. Otherwise, if a powerful 9th grade assassin was hiding nearby and interrupted her forbidden spell, it would be a crushing defeat. The emotion demon god had to complete her forbidden spell. Only by ruthlessly dealing a fatal blow to the Exorcist Mountain Pass then dealing with the ninth-grade assassins below was the best method. But at that time, it was hard to say how many high-level demons would be left. At this time, among the 6 demon gods, there was still a clear-headed one. Although winged, ox-mad demon Saigong had the lowest cultivation among the 6 demon gods, he had, after all, confronted the Exorcist mountain pass here for a long time. He had a very clear understanding of the strength of the assassin temple. Seeing that the situation below was already in a mess and even somewhat out of control, he immediately let out a wild roar and gave an order to the demons. When he gave the order, the other demon gods felt as if they had suddenly come to a realization and hurriedly gave the order. Saigong's order was very simple. Full retreat. Full retreat from all directions. Assassins were unable to launch large-scale attacks. This was their biggest weakness. With so many demon army, even if they killed them, they would not be able to kill them all. After all, the number of these expert assassins was still limited. They cannot take care of all directions. And now, Emotion Demon God Cd's forbidden spell was clearly the most fatal blow to the humans. Whether or not the demon army attacked, the forbidden spell's power would not be affected. Therefore, although ordering the demon army to retreat would cause their morale to plummet, it was the best way to reduce the losses. However, the thoughts of these demon gods were just idealistic. The demons had an army of hundreds of thousands, so how could they retreat so easily? The demons on the periphery could still retreat after hearing the order, but the demons in the core positions would not be able to retreat so easily. For a moment, the demon army became even more chaotic, and the dual-bladed demon's attack also began to disperse because of the demon god's orders. For a moment, the Exorcist mountain pass was in complete chaos. Among the demons, whether it was the air force or the ground forces, they seemed to have completely surpassed the demon god's control. In addition, the 11 heroic assassins and even more heroic assassins had penetrated deep into the enemy's ranks. In this chaotic situation, their killing power increased even more. The situation at the top of the Exorcist mountain pass was not any better than the demons. The dual-bladed demon's attack had retreated, but the pressure on the soldiers of the Exorcist mountain pass had not decreased in the slightest. In their eyes, the huge female figure in the distance had already become completely real, and Cd's forbidden spell was also nearing completion. In the sky, her face, which had been magnified countless times, revealed a trace of a smile. The gentle pink radiance caused the top of the Exorcist mountain pass to be filled with an ambiguous pink color. Under the cover of this pink color, all the soldiers of the Exorcist mountain pass were flushed red to their ears. Some of them were already unable to control themselves and started to tear off their clothes and armor. The temptation of demon god Cd was too strong. Suddenly, a huge pink radiance soared into the sky. The huge figure in the distance seemed to have been bestowed with vitality and moved. The forbidden spell was completed. Cd's figure slowly took a step in the air. Her buttocks and breasts lightly moved. Immediately, moans resounded from the top of the Exorcist mountain pass walls. The weapons in the hands of the soldiers couldn't help but fall to the ground. Even the effect of Kai Er's positive and negative slaughter boundary had been reduced to an extremely low level. Puff! Kai Er spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body was already on the verge of collapse. Her spiritual power had been completely overdrawn, and the positive and negative slaughter boundary could collapse at any time. And at this moment, even Sheng Ling Xin couldn't help her. As the chief of the military, under Cd's forbidden spell, his body was also fiercely trembling, enduring the pain of a battle between heaven and man. Taking a step was only the beginning of Cd's forbidden spell. Immediately after, that huge figure unexpectedly danced in the air. Every simple step, every movement of the body, every soul-stirring gaze, without exception, deeply affected the soldiers of the Exorcist mountain pass. Some of the soldiers had already fallen into a state of madness. Some of the soldiers with the lowest cultivation even threw themselves in Cd's direction. Taking a step out of the top of the wall, they fell down. But even in the process of falling, the madness in their eyes didn't lessen in the slightest. Their emotions had already completely fallen into Sidi's forbidden spell, and they couldn't extricate themselves. The demon god of emotions, heavenly demon dance. It was a powerful illusion-type forbidden spell. This forbidden spell indeed didn't have any direct killing power, but its might was even more frightening. The range it covered was enormous. Moreover, even the experts with the same cultivation as Sidi would similarly be enchanted. Once this forbidden spell was formed, unless one's willpower and spiritual power were strong to a certain degree, they would definitely be enchanted. Even if it was a woman, after the forbidden spell was completed, they would similarly fall into desire and be unable to extricate themselves. The final result would be burning their bodies to death. The top of the Exorcist Mountain Pass was already in chaos, and the demon army similarly fell into chaos. This war had progressed to this point, and it seemed like there was no victor. In the end, it would be difficult for both sides to escape mutual destruction. And it was also at this time an abrupt golden radiance suddenly shone in the sky. The moment this golden radiance shone, Kar finally couldn't hold on any longer. The positive and negative slaughter boundary ended, and Kai-Er's body fell from the sky, falling down. A gentle golden light caught Kai-Er from below and supported her to land on top of the wall. It was Hanyu who made his move. At this time, Hanyu's state was also extremely bad. Both his eyes were scarlet red. After catching Kai, they didn't even bother to ask her about her situation and immediately threw her to the command platform of the second floor of the Exorcist Mountain Pass. The top of the wall was really too dangerous. There were tens of thousands of strong men burning with desire. If they let them see the weak Kai-Er, it was hard to imagine what would happen. Although Hanyu's cultivation was at the 7th step, his willpower was far stronger than the experts of the same level. His innate internal spiritual power of 80 was undoubtedly displayed at this time. He also saw that abrupt golden light, and it was also the only hope in his heart. He could only let himself believe that the master of that golden light could once again reverse the situation. Yes, the one who released that golden light was Long Houchin. The instant Sidi completed the forbidden spell, the distant horizon, the sun finally revealed its true appearance. Dawn ended, and morning arrived. At this time, Long Houchin also felt the response of the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield. In the next moment, the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield burst out with incomparably resplendent radiance. Previously, Long Houchin had continuously poured in the Ling Gang, but was unable to activate the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield. However, this Ling Gang was actually stored in the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield. After the moment of sun and moon splendor, Long Houchin once again controlled the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield, and the previously stored Ling Gang also burst out in full. At this moment, Long Houchin and the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield produced a kind of miraculous state of communication. He didn't need to carefully think about it, and he could feel the effect of the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield. He pressed down on the shield, and the intense 7-colored golden light suddenly shot towards Sidi's silhouette in midair. The emotion demon god Sidi's expression changed. She had been paying attention to Long Houchin's movements, and when she saw the sudden appearance of the divine artifact grade 7-colored golden light, she immediately reacted. A pink light shot out from the demon god pillar and fiercely collided with the golden light of the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield. The heavenly demon's dancing silhouette in the sky suddenly became illusory, causing the crazy soldiers on the Exorcist Mountain Pass to pause for a moment. However, the next moment, the silhouette condensed again, and the dancing became more intense. It can't be stopped. Long Houchin's heart sank. He knew that his cultivation was too far away from Sidi's. He had the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield, and Sidi also had the Demon God Pillar. Although the Demon God Pillar was similar to a divine artifact, mainly manifested in the enhancement and protection of the Demon God, it was still not something he could resist with his current cultivation. Chapter 191. What to do? Light and shadow? Long Houchin's heart stirred, and he finally thought of a way. At this time, On the walls of the Exorcist Mountain Pass, the soldiers were almost naked from the waist up, but they were still desperately tearing at their bodies. Many of them were already drenched in blood, and the more powerful ones had even exposed their bones, but their emotions still continued to rise. Outside the Exorcist Mountain Pass, the assassins had already reached the peak of their slaughter. They were crazily slaughtering the demons, and it was unknown how many enemies had died in their hands. The seven-colored golden light suddenly converged. In the next moment, Long Houchin had already floated to the top of the Exorcist Mountain Pass. He looked straight at the distant heavenly demon desire dance. For the soldiers of the Exorcist Mountain Pass, this incomparable temptation was unable to produce the slightest effect on Long Houchin. What emotion Demon God Sidi saw was Long Houchin's golden eyes peeking out from the golden foundation battle armor's mask. They were clear without the slightest impurity, and they didn't produce any desire because of Sidi's heavenly demon desire dance curse. Emotion Demon God Sidi's heart shook again. Could it be that this human knight didn't have the slightest dark side in his heart? Moreover, desire was the most primitive impulse of humans, so why wasn't he affected in the slightest? In that instant, Sidi was shocked to discover that those clear golden eyes had already been deeply imprinted in her heart. Sidi was most proficient in illusion attacks, which could also be said to be spiritual magic. And as someone who used this kind of magic, she was most afraid of encountering an opponent who wouldn't be affected by her spiritual magic. Long Houchin's clear eyes had already shaken her devil heart. Immediately, the might of the heavenly demon desire dance weakened a bit. Not good, Sidi cried out in her heart. She hurriedly calmed down and closed her eyes, no longer looking at Long Houchin. However, it was difficult to get rid of the heart demon. In the depths of her heart, that pair of golden eyes constantly flickered, and even if she closed her eyes, she couldn't erase it from her heart. If Sidi couldn't kill Long Houchin or conquer Long Houchin, then her cultivation would be greatly affected. Long Houchin did not know what was happening to the emotion demon god. He placed his left hand in front of his chest, and a seven-colored golden light instantly spread around him. It was the form of the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield. However, at this moment, the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield seemed to be expanding endlessly above the Exorcist Mountain Pass. The expansion of the seven-colored golden light immediately blocked the dancing shadow of the heavenly demon, as well as the pink light and aura. Wherever the seven-colored golden light passed, the crazed people on the walls of the Exorcist Mountain Pass would immediately slow down. It was just that the strong arousal was still there, so he couldn't completely wake up for a while. Because she was a woman, Lan Yinyu was less affected. With Long Houchin's Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield in front of her, she was the first to wake up. Raising the staff in her hand, she hurriedly chanted an incantation, and a cold rain fell from the sky, sprinkling down on the walls of the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Stimulated by the cold rain, the soldiers of the Exorcist Mountain Pass sped up their recovery from their arousal. At this time, the defensive power of the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield had already been weakened to its lowest level. In order to block the emotion demon god's heavenly demon, Long Houchin did his best to expand the radiance of the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield, which had been stimulated by the might of the divine tool. At this moment, the pressure he was under was similarly enormous. He didn't know if he could persevere until the other party's forbidden spell ended. The activation of the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield this time was completely different from the last time. Last time in the dragon-resisting pass, the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield had been corroded by the blood hatred of the two demon overlords. It had automatically drawn out Long Houchin's spiritual energy and temporarily released the might of the divine tool. But this time, it was Long Houchin himself, with the help of the Star King, who had stimulated the might of the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield. Moreover, it had been compressed for a long period of time when the sun and moon alternated. While Long Houchin's strength continued to increase, the current Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield was equivalent to the compressed Ling Gang's explosive power. Therefore, its might was much stronger than when it was in the dragon-resisting pass, and Long Houchin could control it himself. From a distance, The top of the Exorcist mountain pass was completely shrouded in a layer of 7-colored golden light. The gentle golden light fluctuated in the air, blocking the heavenly demon's desire to dance. What was even more strange was that the 7-colored golden light unexpectedly produced a reflective effect like a mirror, so that the clear image of the heavenly demon's desire to dance was directly projected to the sky above the chaotic demon army below. This time, it didn't matter. The effect of the completed heavenly demon's desire to dance on demons was even greater than that of humans. After all, the intelligence of middle and low-level demons was very limited, while their instincts were more intense. For a moment, the demon army was completely covered in a layer of pink. The experts of the Assassin Temple, who were in a state of slaughter, were also stunned. They all happened to look at the top of the Exorcist mountain pass. The dazzling 7-colored golden light deeply shocked them. At the same time, they also saw the heavenly demon's desire to dance. Even with the cultivation of the experts of the Assassin Temple, when they saw this soul-stirring dance, they couldn't help but be immediately affected. However, their cultivation was profound, and they were old, so the speed at which their passion was ignited wouldn't be too fast. Xingyu let out a whistle, and the group of experts of the Assassin Temple immediately flew to the side, even escaping into space. The danger at the top of the Exorcist mountain pass had been resolved, so they didn't need to risk their lives here. Being unaffected by the forbidden spell was the most important thing. No matter what kind of demons they were, the moment they were affected by the heavenly demon's desire to dance, they immediately began to go crazy. Among them, the ones affected the most were the demons who were cannon fodder, the dual-bladed demons. Wherever the heavenly demon's desire to dance passed, large swathes of dual-bladed demons would immediately explode and die. Severed limbs, flesh, and juices fluttered in the air, and a dense, fishy smell frantically pervaded the battlefield. This was the might of the forbidden spell. Whatever influence the top of the Exorcist mountain pass had previously received, the demon army was now suffering double. For better or worse, humans had extremely high intelligence, and their self-control ability was also much stronger than the demons. In a short period of time, although the losses weren't small, it wasn't to the extent of completely losing control. But for the demons, the heavenly demon's desire to dance was too terrifying. This was also an important reason why the other demon gods didn't dare to face the emotion demon god Siddhi. Even the demon gods ranked higher than Siddhi weren't willing to deal with the emotion demon god. Without sufficient willpower, they were bound to fall into her love magic, unable to extricate themselves. The emotion demon god Siddhi couldn't help but stare blankly the instant her forbidden spell was reflected, because in her eyes, a huge glowing silhouette that looked exactly like her appeared in front of her. It wasn't just her, even the other 5 demon gods guarding her were stunned for a moment. In such a short period of time, the demon army below had already suffered astonishing losses. Not good, Siddhi growled, her hands quickly forming seals, using the fastest speed to remove her forbidden spell. She didn't know how long Houchen was able to reflect her forbidden spell, but the truth was in front of her. If this continued, at least half of the demon army would be buried under her forbidden spell. Long Houchen was bitterly maintaining the sun-moon divine snail shield, while the emotion demon god was also quickly removing the forbidden spell. But since forbidden spells were called forbidden spells, once they were cast, it wasn't easy to remove them. They needed time. Under the protection of the sun-moon divine snail shield and the stimulation of the cold rain, the soldiers on the walls of the Exorcist mountain pass gradually woke up. After the intense desire came extreme weakness. Many of the soldiers had too many wounds and died from blood loss because of their previous madness. But most of the soldiers were barely able to hold on. Even so, the soldiers on the walls of the Exorcist mountain pass were already less than 10%. Only the strongest could hold on until now. It had to be said that the brilliant Angel Knight regiment was largely preserved. It wasn't that they were more resistant to Siddhi's magic, but that they were wearing heavy knight armor. It was not an easy task to take off the armor. In their madness, it was even more impossible. Thus, under the protection of the armor, they received the least damage. There were very few casualties. But now, most of them had lost the ability to fight. If the heavenly demon desire dance continued for a while longer, they wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being burned to death. At this moment, in the eyes of these brilliant angel knight regiment, Long Houchin, who was riding on the Star King, raised his left arm and emitted a seven-colored golden light, was simply like a savior. It was the Saint Knight Commander, their Saint Knight Commander. At this moment, the Saint Knight Commander was using his formidable strength to stop the enemy's forbidden spell. For a moment, every brilliant Angel Knight Commander's heart was filled with incomparable reverence. Even if they had to crawl, they reluctantly got up and gave Long Houchin a knight's salute. Kair barely stood up with her mother's support. Looking at the dazzling seven-colored golden light outside the walls, she couldn't help but shed tears. He didn't disappoint her trust and expectations. In the end, he still managed to turn the tide. He helped the Assassin Temple withstand the most fatal attack. Perhaps the refraction of the forbidden spell was a coincidence, but who could say that it wasn't the will of heaven brought by the Child of Light? Who else could create such a coincidence? Puff! The golden light shattered, and the seven-colored radiance turned into specks of light that dissipated in the air. From a moment, Long Houchin released the radiance of the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield that enveloped the walls of the Exorcist Mountain Pass, to the moment the radiance dissipated and him and the Star King fell. Only a dozen seconds had passed, but it was these dozen seconds that saved the entire Exorcist Mountain Pass. In the distance, the heavenly demon's desire for dance was already slowly dissipating. Because she had forcefully interrupted her forbidden spell, the demon god of emotion Seedy had suffered an intense backlash. At this moment, a trace of pink blood was still flowing from the corner of her mouth, and her gaze unconsciously turned towards Long Houchin at the top of the Exorcist Mountain Pass walls. Long Houchin was also looking in her direction. What made Seedy's body shake once more was that even though her body had already fallen into an extremely weak state, and her spiritual energy had been severely overdrawn, when she landed at the top of the Exorcist Mountain Pass walls, Long Houchin's eyes were still so clear that there wasn't the slightest impurity in them. Seedy gave a muffled groan once more and spat out a mouthful of blood. "We'll cover their retreat. Give the order to retreat." In fact, the demons had long since retreated in disorder. The Assassin Temple's powerhouse's charge had caused the demon army to fall into complete chaos. Then, under the influence of the heavenly demon's desire for dance, they trampled on each other, causing the demon army to be utterly routed. The demon's ability to command an army wasn't very strong. Their individual strength and battle instincts weren't something the humans could compare to, but it was also because of this that mobilizing the demon's army was extremely difficult. After suffering several serious blows and influences in succession, even the demon god's order was unable to make the demon army completely obey their orders. "What are you waiting for? Fire the cannons for me. Fire with all your strength." Shengling Xin, who had regained his consciousness, practically shouted these words at the top of his lungs. At this moment, because of his emotional agitation, his body was even fiercely trembling. When he regained consciousness, it just so happened that Long Houchin's seven-colored golden light had vanished. Seeing Long Houchin falling from the sky and landing on the top of the Exorcist Mountain Pass walls, one could well imagine his current mood. It was his son-in-law who had once again saved the Exorcist Mountain Pass. He had also seen the demon's chaos with his own eyes. If he didn't beat them while they were down, then when would he? Unfortunately, under the influence of the demon god's heavenly demon's desire for dance forbidden spell, not everyone had regained their consciousness. Even if they had regained their consciousness, their physical condition was still very poor. So much so that only a few of the magic cannons truly fired. However, the Exorcist Mountain Pass being unable to launch an effective counterattack didn't mean that the Assassin Temple couldn't. Sheng Yu, who had previously retreated, had now led a group of Assassin Temple's powerhouses to counterattack. Although their numbers weren't many, not one of them wasn't an absolute elite of the Assassin Temple. Moreover, The reversal of a situation had also allowed Shengyu to regain his calm. He didn't lead the Assassin Temple's powerhouses to attack the depths of the demon army again. Instead, he went all out to kill those chaotic demons on the periphery. The 6 demon gods of the demons were doing their utmost to gather the chaotic army and simply couldn't care about their side. Under the influence of the heavenly demon's desire for dance, the demon army fell in front of Shengyu and the others like wheat being cut. Although the war hadn't ended yet, these assassin powerhouses could completely foresee that an unprecedented victory was right in front of them. At this time, Hanyu had already arrived at Long Haochen's side and shouted to Sheng Lingxin, who was on top of the city wall, "Lord Chief, please bring Kai over. We have a way to speed up the recovery of her spiritual power." At this time, the overall situation had already been decided. The only thing left on the Exorcist Mountain Pass was to heal the wounded and rescue the dying. Sheng Lingxin and Lan Yinyu hurriedly brought the semi-conscious Kai to Long Haochen's side. Although Long Haochen was very weak, his mental state was still very good. Seeing the trace of blood at the corner of Kai mouth, he couldn't help but pull her into his embrace. His eyes were full of pity. At this time, a gentle white light was emitted from Hanyu's body, and in a flash, it shrouded an area with a diameter of 10 meters. Over the past year, his light's protection spiritual stove had already completed an evolution. Its range of coverage was a bit larger, and its recovery effect was also stronger. While it could greatly speed up the recovery of spiritual power, it also had an extremely strong healing effect. Moreover, Hanyu's consumption of spiritual power wasn't that serious, so he immediately cast a light healing magic on Kai's body, healing the overdraft of her body. The ability of light's protection naturally didn't only fall on Long Haochen and Kai's body. Star King, Sheng Lingxin, Lan Yinyu, and her husband, as well as the nearby soldiers of the Exorcist Mountain Pass, were also shrouded within it. Sheng Lingxin was astonished as he sensed the changes in the spiritual power within his body. He couldn't help but be greatly shocked. This is the power of a spiritual stove? But what kind of spiritual stove is this? In his memory, there wasn't such an existence among the light-type spiritual stoves. Such a powerful recovery ability, it should be comparable to the power of a first-rank spiritual stove. It seemed that he had really fallen behind the times. The strength of the youngsters had actually reached such a level. Under the effect of the light's protection spiritual stove, the weakness in Long Haochen's body was reduced, and Star King also became a bit more spirited. Kai also gradually woke up from her semi-conscious state, but when she discovered that she was in Long Haochen's embrace, she fortunately closed her eyes again. Having lost her memories, she had also lost her previous strength. Now, she was more like a weak young girl. In her weak state, she needed a warm embrace to rely on. The duration of this battle wasn't long, but in the Exorcist Mountain Pass holy war against the demons, it played a decisive role. The demons' setback wasn't only due to a large number of soldiers being killed or injured, but more importantly, their morale suffered an unprecedented blow. For the Exorcist Mountain Pass, this was a thorough victory, a complete victory. With a relatively small loss, the demons suffered a heavy setback. In addition, with the fall of 2 demon gods, the Exorcist Mountain Pass' always inferior position could be said to have received a fundamental change. If the 6 demon gods wanted to organize such an all-out attack, the Exorcist Mountain Pass might not be afraid. After more than 2 hours of work, the demon army could be considered to have completely retreated, leaving behind a large number of demons' corpses in front of the Exorcist Mountain Pass. The soldiers of the Exorcist Mountain Pass, who had recovered some of their physical strength, quickly left the city under Sheng Lingxin's command to clean up the battlefield. The demons' corpses were gathered together, and after digging out their magic crystals, they were immediately set on fire to prevent the corpses from bringing a plague. At the same time, it also prevented the demons from using them as food. They busied themselves all the way until evening, when the curtains completely fell on the war. And in the distance, the demon army that had gathered together with difficulty, even their main tent had been burned, and the remaining food supplies were pitifully little. The scene was truly a bit miserable. This was a decisive victory, and the morale of the soldiers of the Exorcist Mountain Pass was unprecedentedly high. Their weakness and injuries were quickly recovering. With a large number of magic crystals replenished, all the magic cannons once again had the ability to display their might. In the following half a month, the Exorcist Mountain Pass adopted a completely domineering attitude towards the demons. Sheng Yu personally led the elites of the Assassin Temple to attack the demons several times under the cover of the night. Every time, they would leave after a brief encounter. Although the losses to the demons weren't great, they disturbed the peace of the demons who had lost their tents. With the lack of supplies and morale completely gone, the demon god of emotion Sidi had no choice but to order the entire army to retreat 50 kilometers, pulling away from the Exorcist Mountain Pass. And at this time, a new batch of supplies and 30,000 reserve soldiers from the Temple League entered the Exorcist Mountain Pass, giving the Exorcist Mountain Pass enough fresh troops. Using Sheng Yu's words, with the current situation, the Exorcist Mountain Pass could defend for a few more years without a problem. They could even launch a counterattack against the demons at any time. Of course, the premise was that the demons didn't increase their troops on the front lines. Was it possible for the demons to increase their troops? The answer was, of course, yes, but it was also uncertain. Launching this holy war was also a huge burden for the demons. The demons had practically mobilized the power of their entire race, simultaneously threatening the humans in the 6 great strongholds. A year and a half of war had already greatly reduced the strength of the demons and the Temple League. Of course, the demons still had a certain amount of reserve power, and the most powerful defying demon dragons, moon devils, and star demons hadn't joined the battle. However, this was also the demons' trump card. If they really used this trump card, it would inevitably be a life or death situation. How could the demon emperor not be cautious? Moreover, although the demon army outside the Exorcist Mountain Pass had suffered an unprecedented blow, their own strength wasn't enough to break the pass, but their defense was more than enough. With the Exorcist Mountain Pass's current overall strength, if they directly clashed with the demon army on the plains, they still wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. Therefore, the demons didn't necessarily need to increase their troops. As for how emotion demon god Sidi would explain this crushing defeat to the demon emperor, that was her business. On a small path in the Exorcist mountain range, Long Haochen and Kerr sat upright on the Star King's back, while Han Yu stood to the side. The three of them were looking at the distant Exorcist mountain pass. Kai Er's beautiful eyes were already hazy with tears. She nestled in Long Haochen's embrace, her tender body lightly trembling. She couldn't forget the expression in the eyes of a great-grandfather and her parents when she left. They didn't send her out of the city because they were afraid they wouldn't be able to control their emotions. The situation in the Exorcist Mountain Pass had already stabilized, so it was time to leave. Long Haochen tightly hugged Kai Er's slender waist, lowered his head, and lightly touched the top of her head. "We will return." Lightly nodding her head, Kai Er bit her red lips. "Let's go." She was afraid that if they didn't leave, they might really rush back to the Exorcist Mountain Pass. No one could have predicted the final outcome of the Exorcist Mountain Pass great battle. Although Long Haochen didn't directly kill any of the enemies, there was no need to doubt his and Kai Er's role in this great battle. Kai Er was directly announced as the successor of the Assassin Temple's next Temple Master. And Long Haochen also obtained the highest honor of a non-member of the Assassin Temple, the title of Assassin Temple's Honorary Temple Master. This honor wasn't obstructed in any way because Long Haochen's contribution to the Assassin Temple was too great. Relying on the refraction of the Sun Moon Divine Snail's shield, he turned the tide and forcibly turned an absolute disadvantage into an advantage. He heavily injured the demons and also prevented the Exorcist Mountain Pass from being destroyed. It could be said that he saved the Exorcist Mountain Pass and saved the Assassin Temple. The Hall Master of Honor's reward was well-deserved, and it was unanimously approved. Adding on his relationship with Kai Er, Long Haochen's prestige in the Assassin Temple and the Exorcist Mountain Pass was already comparable to Shengyu. The name Jingji No. 12 had already been firmly remembered by the Exorcist Mountain Pass soldiers. The Knights Templars' new generation Holy Knight, Long Haochen, was praised as the Assassin Temple's eternal companion, eternal family. However, they still had to continue on their path. Their next stop was the Magic Temple's Jialing Mountain Pass, and they would meet up with Lin Xin. When Long Haochen left the Knights Templars' dragon-resisting mountain pass, he didn't think that he would really be able to complete a 1,000,000 contribution points mission in another temple. But in fact, his contribution to the Exorcist Mountain Pass had already far exceeded the scope of 1,000,000 contribution points. It was absolutely well-deserved. At the same time, he was also looking forward to meeting up with his companions and reorganizing the Commander Grade Monster Hunt 64. After several battles, Long Haochen had built up enough confidence, and he had now truly grown into a powerhouse of his generation. Even if he were to face the demon's ninth-step powerhouses, he would still have the strength to fight. The Temple League was so tolerant of him, and he was practically impatient to make his due contribution to the League. Only in the demon's territory, only in the enemy's rear, was his true stage, and there he could blossom his strength without any misgivings. Star King turned his horse around, and in the next moment he had already soared into the sky with Long Haochen and Kaya flying towards the south. Hanyu also unfurled his spiritual wings and followed closely behind. Out of the 7 members of the Commander Grade Monster Hunt 64, 3 had already gathered, and the next step was to welcome back their companions. Star King flew very steadily, and sitting on its back, they didn't feel any impact from the airflow, as if they were sitting on the ground. Hanyu was currently at the 7th step, and his spiritual wings were enough to support him for a period of time. Long Haochen originally invited him to ride on Star King. After all, Star King's body was huge, and there was plenty of space. However, Hanyu still rejected. He didn't want to be a third wheel and disturb Long Haochen and Kaya. However, looking at them, Hanyu couldn't help but feel envious. In the Commander Grade Monster Hunt 64, Long Haochen had Lin Xin already had Lin Xin, Wang Yuan had Zhang Fangfang, Cheninger also had a fiancé, and even Sima Xian had his own goal, his little white flower. Only Hanyu was still a loner. It would be a lie to say that he didn't have any thoughts. In his heart, there was also a beautiful figure, but this figure wasn't too clear, and he didn't take the initiative to do anything. Hanyu's thinking was different from others. As a demon hunter, as Long Haochen's retainer knight, he actually only had one goal, and that was to closely follow in Long Haochen's footsteps and improve his own strength. He hoped that one day he could wear the divine armor of the throne of God alongside Long Haochen and fight against the demons. Although he could feel that the gap between him and Long Haochen was constantly widening, the obsession in his heart never disappeared. As long as he worked hard, there would be a chance, and if he didn't work hard, there would be no chance at all. He wasn't the son of light, and he knew that he had already done his best. He would continue to work hard and continue to chase after Long Haochen. During his 1.5 years in the Knights Templars, when Long Haochen was still in seclusion, Hanyu was astonished to find that among his peers, there was practically no one who could compare to him. The gap between him and Long Haochen wasn't small, but if he inadvertently looked back, he would discover that he was also a genius in the eyes of the other Knight Templars. Looking forward, chasing after Long Haochen meant that he would always be able to maintain the title of genius. Fighting together with the Son of Light was also a huge boost for him. The distance from the dragon-resisting mountain pass to the Exorcist mountain pass was relatively far, but the distance from the Exorcist mountain pass to the Jialing mountain pass was relatively close. The Jialing mountain pass was located to the south of the Exorcist mountain range, and from the topography, the Jialing mountain pass was located on a plateau. Although it wasn't as dangerous as the Exorcist mountain pass, it still had the geographical position of one man holding the pass against 10,000 enemies. To the left of the Jialing Mountain Pass was a huge lake. Behind it was an even higher plateau, and to the right was the Exorcist mountain range. Among the 6 strongholds of the 6th Great Temple, the one with the most stable defense was the Jialing Mountain Pass. This was because the lethality of a magician was too terrifying. Among the 6 great temple, only the Magic Temple could compare to the Knights Templars in terms of overall strength. Moreover, the combat strength of a magician in battle was even stronger than that of a knight. Moreover, the Magic Temple and the Warrior Temple had a good relationship, and the Warrior Temple had considerable support for them. The 2 great temple cooperated with each other to defend the Jialing Mountain Pass impregnable. After more than a year of the Holy War, the Jialing Mountain Pass had received the least amount of assistance from the Alliance. Relying on the powerful attack power of the magicians, the demons were rarely able to attack the top of the city wall. The demon army outside the Jialing Mountain Pass was also quite powerful. Among the 8 great demon gods, the infernal demon god Marbus, who was ranked 5th, was the leader. Although this lineup could not be compared to the Knights Templars, it should not be forgotten that the natural environment of the Knights Templars was too harsh, while the Jialing Mountain Pass did not have this problem. Most of the main forces of the infernal demons were outside the Jialing Mountain Pass. At the same time, among the 8 great demon gods here, 6 of them were all ranked in the top 32 of the 72 demon god pillars. Even so, they in the Jialing Mountain Pass were more of a confrontation. Relatively speaking, the casualties of both sides were the lowest among all the strongholds in the Holy War. Most of the time, they fought in the form of magic bombardment, and no one could break the other's defensive barrier. After 2 days of continuous flying, Long Haochen and the others could already see the location of the Jialing Mountain Pass from afar. Looking down from the sky, the first thing they saw was the huge lake beside the Jialing Mountain Pass. The lake water was as clear as a mirror, and it was exceptionally dazzling as it reflected the sunlight. The area of the Jialing Mountain Pass was extremely large, at least 3 times that of the Exorcist Mountain Pass. The top of the city wall was wide and solid. Looking down from the sky, one could clearly feel the majesty of this impregnable pass. Moreover, after entering this area, Long Haochen could clearly feel that the fluctuations of the magic elements in the air were much stronger than in other places. Although he did not know why this was so, this kind of environment was clearly the most suitable for magicians. Moreover, there was no existence of the dark element in the rich magic elements, so the demons could not gain any advantage here. Han Yu said to Long Haochen, "Boss, when we were at the Knights Templars, I heard that the defense of the Jialing Mountain Pass was the strongest. However, the Magic Temple had a strong desire to protect their own strength, and was unwilling to transfer more magicians to support the other temple. In fact, there is still a lot of strength that they have yet to use." This point received a lot of criticism during the Alliance Conference. Huh? Long Haochen looked at Han Yu with some surprise. The Holy War is a matter for all of us. Could it be that the Magic Temple would cherish their own treasures? Long Haochen asked doubtfully. Han Yu said, "Actually, it can't all be blamed on the Magic Temple. The amount of resources needed to nurture a magician is the greatest among all professions, especially high-level magicians. This was especially true for high-tier magicians. Every single one of them was an extremely precious resource to the Magic Temple. Therefore, they only supported the Warrior Temple from nearby. As for the other 4 great temples, the strength of their support is relatively small." Although Han Yu did not say it too clearly, Long Haochen could faintly understand the meaning of his words. The relationship between the Knights Templars and the Magic Temple was not too harmonious. After all, these 2 temples had always been competing for the position of chief among the 6 temples. For many years, the Magic Temple had always been ranked 2nd. How could they be willing to accept this? In terms of overall strength, the Magic Temple actually surpassed the Knights Templars in many aspects. It was only because the Knights Templars had the 6th throne of God, and the 3 Knight of the Seal strength was not something that any magician in the Magic Temple could contend with alone. Therefore, their position was always a bit behind the Knights Templars. Of course, in the Alliance, the reputation of the Knights Templars was much better than that of the Magic Temple. After the Holy War started, the support of the Knights Templars for the other 5 great fortresses was much stronger than that of the Magic Temple. Of course, the support that the Knights Templars gave to the Magic Temple was not much. Both sides were always in a subtle competitive relationship. In a few years, the Temple League's ranking competition would start again. This was also the most important competition in the Alliance, and it was even more important than the Monster Hunter's trials. Of course, they did not know if this year's ranking competition would be held. If the Holy War continued, it would probably be very difficult. Just as Long Houchen was deep in thought, three figures flew towards them like lightning from afar. Long Houchen and the other two were flying towards Jialing Pass from the back. They did not hide their tracks, and it was obvious that they had been discovered by the people at Jialing Pass. Soon, the three figures arrived in front of them. They were three magicians. The spiritual wings on their backs revealed their identity. They were all powerhouses of the Magic Temple above the 6th level. The three of them wore magic robes of different colors. The magic caster in the lead was shockingly young, looking to be only in his 30s. However, the pair of spiritual wings on his back was rather wide, and his cultivation was most likely above the 7th tier. It was rare to see a magician with the 7th level cultivation at such a young age. Moreover, this magician was of the light element. He was also very handsome. Seeing Long Houchen in his golden foundation armor, the light magician could not help but be slightly stunned. Especially when he saw Kai in front of Long Houchen. His eyes shone with a hint of splendor. Not only was Kai beautiful, but she also had an indescribable temperament that ordinary girls could not compare to. This was brought about by the physique of a blessed, and it was gradually formed by Kai-Er's training in the spiritual stove of Samsara since young. If she did not lose her memory, this temperament would be even more obvious, but it would also be colder. Greetings, knight on a golden pedestal. How can I help you? The light magician quickly shifted his gaze to Long Houchen. Riding on the glorious star Unicorn King and wearing the golden foundation armor, there was no doubt that he was the leader of the three people in front of him. Long Houchen smiled indifferently and said, "Greetings, we are here to find a friend. At the same time, if Jialing Pass needs it, we are also willing to help Jialing Pass to fight against the demons." Chapter 192. There was a slight change in the light magician's eyes. He smiled and said, "Then may I ask who you are looking for? We should be able to defend Jialing Pass for now." Han Yu frowned and floated forward. He said, "Can you lead us into Jialing Pass first?" Although this young magician was excellent, he was only at the 7th grade. Long Houchen was wearing the golden foundation armor, which represented his high status in the Knights Templars. It was unreasonable for an ordinary 7th grade magician to stop them in the air and interrogate them in detail. The light magician was slightly taken aback, but his expression quickly returned to normal. "I'm sorry, I've been rude. Please follow me." As he spoke, he turned around, beckoned his two companions, and flew towards Jialing Pass below. Han Yu's expression softened a little. He followed Star King and flew down. Kai whispered to Long Houchen, "I don't like the look in his eyes." Long Houchen lightly nodded his head. He naturally saw that when this light magician was staring at Kai, he didn't have the slightest intention of concealing it. However, he didn't care too much. The alliance was formed by the 6 temples, and it was during the Holy War. Although the light magician was rude, he didn't want to argue with him. Soon, the 6 of them flew about 500 meters above Jialing Pass. The 3 magicians in front suddenly flashed. They could vaguely feel a strong magical wave coming from them. They continued to fly forward. "Han Yu, wait." Long Houchen suddenly called out to Han Yu. At the same time, Star King also stopped. "What's wrong, Captain?" Han Yu asked in confusion. Long Houchen's face behind the mask showed some confusion. He said, "There seems to be a defensive barrier. We didn't pass through the magic array, so we will be stopped by the barrier." Hearing him say this, Han Yu suddenly flew into a rage. He angrily said to the 3 magicians who had already flown into the barrier, "What do you mean by this?" When the 3 magi saw that Long Houchen and the other 2 hadn't followed them, they were surprised. The light magus in the lead had a look of shock on his face as he hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, I forgot to give you 3 sealing marks. I'm really sorry." As he spoke, He once again flew out and handed over 3 imprints that resembled tokens with rich magical fluctuations to Long Houchin and the others. Hanyu narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Have you really forgotten?" The light magician's face turned cold. "Friend Knight, what is the meaning of this? Could it be that I did it on purpose?" Hanyu sneered. "You know best whether it was intentional or not." The light magus said calmly, "Isn't your knight very powerful? The first temple of the Alliance. Even without my seal, a small barrier shouldn't be able to stop you, right? I didn't think that your knight would also fear the barrier of our magic temple." Hearing this, Han Yu's anger flared up. Just as he was about to explode, Long Houchin raised his hand to stop him. "Let's go," Long Houchin said calmly. "Then let the Star King fly into the barrier." The light magician's face revealed a trace of imperceptible pride. Sure enough, when the Star King flew to the place where the 3 magicians were emitting strong magical waves, a layer of transparent light blocked their way. The sealing marks in Long Houchin and Kai Er's hands suddenly emitted a gentle light, but the Star King's body couldn't pass through. This obviously wasn't a mistake. The light magician clearly did this on purpose. How could he not know that magical beasts needed a special mark to pass through the seal? Long Houchin turned around and looked coldly at the light magician. Kai Er, who was in front of him, suddenly moved. A biting, cold, murderous intent exploded from Kai Er's body. Then, a cold gray light slashed forward. There was an ear-piercing sound in the air, and a black mark suddenly appeared on the transparent seal. Then, the black mark suddenly split open, revealing bits of starlight. The Star King spread his wings and flew in with Long Houchin and Kai Er passing through the barrier. Hanyu followed closely behind, using the seal mark to fly into the barrier. The 3 magicians, however, stood rooted to the ground. They actually broke through the seal? Although the power of the Magic Temple's seal wasn't too strong, it was enough to stop a 7th-grade fighter. It was specially used to defend against the demons in the air. The overall defensive effect was excellent, and it also had a good warning function. The light magician only wanted to make things difficult for Long Houchin and the others. After all, from their attire, Long Houchin and Hanyu were both knight. He only wanted to wait for Long Houchin to speak again, and then help them enter the barrier. He didn't think that they would actually dare to make a move against the Magic Temple's barrier. And the one who made a move was not the knight, but the beautiful woman. The murderous intent that she released when she made her move, the light magician couldn't help but shiver. What kind of cultivation did she have to be able to do that? The Star King flew into the barrier. This time, Long Houchin didn't wait for the 3 magicians and directly let the Star King fly into Jialing Pass. If people respect me, I will respect them tenfold. Long Houchin was already very tolerant before, but as the acting Holy Knight of the Knights Templars, he couldn't bear it anymore. The light magician calmed himself down and hurriedly flapped the wings on his back, chasing after Long Houchin and the others. Seeing that Long Houchin and the others were about to enter Jialing Pass, a dozen figures suddenly flew up from below and quickly flew towards them. "Don't do it!" An old voice sounded, and the dozen figures that flew up immediately spread out, surrounding Long Houchin and the others in the middle. The Star King spread his wings and floated in midair. The ones blocking their way were all magicians, and their leader was an old man with a wingspan of more than 8 meters. The dense magical elemental fluctuations around his body showed his lofty status. Knight on a golden pedestal? Hello, did you touch the magic barrier? The old magician saw the golden foundation armor on Long Houchin's body, and his hostility immediately disappeared. He gave Long Houchin a magician salute. Long Houchin crossed his right fist across his chest and returned the salute. "Hello, I am the acting Holy Knight of the Knights Templars. You can call me Jingji number 12. We were the ones who broke the barrier, but this should just be a misunderstanding." At this time, the light magician had already flown over with his 2 companions. Seeing the old magician, his expression changed slightly, and he stepped forward to salute. "Hello, Elder Fei." Seeing that it was him, Elder Fei's expression softened a bit. Xian Yuan, what's going on? Why did this acting holy knight chief break our enchantment? His question showed the power of the temple. As the acting holy knight, Long Haochen was asking his own people for the reason, and his words were not polite at all. Xian Yuan looked a little embarrassed and quickly said, Elder Fei, it's my fault. I forgot to give the holy knight a sufficient seal. His mount couldn't pass through, so they broke the barrier and came in themselves. Hearing this, Elder Fei raised his eyebrows and smiled at Long Haochen. So it was a misunderstanding. Acting holy knight, you really have a good cultivation. Long Haochen smiled indifferently. You flatter me. Please lead us into the city, Elder. Elder Fei didn't blame Xian Yuan. Instead, he subtly stabbed him. Long Haochen acted like he didn't hear it. This was Jialing Pass, and he was here to fight against the demons, not to cause trouble with the magic temple. If they wanted to protect him, then so be it. Please. Elder Fei glanced at Xian Yuan, and then led Long Haochen into Jialing Pass. The other sorcerers immediately spread out on both sides. Xian Yuan looked at the backs of Long Haochen and the others. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Why did the Temple of Knights send an acting paladin? Although Long Haochen didn't say anything, his disregard made Xian Yuan even angrier. Ever since Elder Fei appeared, Long Haochen didn't even look at him. For a genius of the magic temple, this in itself was a great provocation. Elder Fei led Long Haochen and the others into Jialing Pass. When the Star King landed on the ground, Long Haochen also floated down with Kair. This was etiquette. In someone else's territory, it was impolite to ride a mount when not in battle. Elder Fei couldn't help but secretly nod. He thought to himself that this holy knight was very well-mannered. He knew Xian Yuan's temper very well. He must have been the one who provoked the other. However, this was a battle between the Magic Temple and the Knights Templars, so he had no choice but to stand on Xian Yuan's side. However, Long Haochen's behavior made him have a good impression on him. Holy Knight Elder, let me bring you to our temple to rest first. I will immediately inform the temple master later. Elder Fei had a good impression of Long Haochen, so he spoke more politely. With the identity of the Holy Knight Elder of the Knights Templars, it was enough for him to be received by the temple master of the Magic Temple. Then I will have to trouble you. Long Haochen said, Oh, by the way, may I trouble you to ask if Lin Xin is doing well? He is the grandson of the Vice Temple Master of your temple, Holy Magus Lin Shun. Although Lin Xion's grandfather was an 8th grade Holy Magus, he was also a Vice Temple Master. He was mainly in charge of the affairs of the Magic Temple and the Temple League. The Vice Temple Masters of the 6 temples in the Alliance were basically all at the peak of the 8th grade. This was mainly because the stronger ones stayed in their respective temples. These Vice Temple Masters were all promoted after making great contributions to their respective temples. You know Lin Xian? Elder Fei looked at Long Haochen in surprise. Long Haochen nodded and said, That's right. Lin Xian is my good friend. When Elder Fei heard what he said, his face instantly turned strange. His expression also gave Long Haochen a fright. What's wrong? Elder Fei, did something happen to Lin Xian? Long Haochen asked anxiously. No, of course not. Elder Fei hurriedly said, Commander Lin is very well. I will bring you to rest first, then inform him to see you. Commander? What regiment is Lin Xian now? Han Yu couldn't help but ask curiously. Elder Fei smiled and said, Commander Lin is now in charge of the Magic Temple's 1st Magician Regiment. He has 500 fire magicians under him. They are the mainstay of our Jialing Pass against the demon army. When Han Yu heard this, he immediately laughed. The Crown Prince faction is indeed different. He doesn't even know how to attack, but he can actually command a magician army. Elder Fei's expression turned serious and said, This night, please take back your words. Commander Lin relied on his contributions to Jialing Pass and accumulated military merits to become the 1st Magician Regiment's commander. This has nothing to do with him. Moreover, who said that he doesn't know how to attack? Commander Lin's combat strength is definitely second to none among the magicians of the same rank. Even some of the mages with higher cultivation than him couldn't compare to him in terms of usefulness on the battlefield. Hanyu was stunned, then laughed and said, "Do you think I don't know him as well as you? He and I are from the same monster hunters. Since when did he know how to attack?" Elder Fei said in surprise, "You and Commander Lin are from the same monster hunters? But Commander Lin's attack is really powerful." Hanyu didn't argue and said with a smile, "Maybe. I haven't seen him for a long time. Maybe he learned something again. You'll know when you see him." The Magic Temple was a huge palace. From this building, one could see the wealth of the Magic Temple. The temple was 6 floors high. The huge palace was the tallest building in Jialing Pass. Just the first floor alone was more than 20 meters high. The architectural style was simple and elegant. There was a huge 6-pointed star symbol at the top of the first floor. Around the 6-pointed star, there were light balls that represented various magical attributes revolving around the 6-pointed star. There should be some special magic circle. Walking into the Magic Temple, one could only describe it as a huge hall. It had a tall dome and gorgeous decorations. It was luxurious, but not vulgar. Magical symbols could be seen everywhere. The surrounding walls were densely packed with high elves print. Walking in, one could clearly feel that the various elemental waves in the air were more than twice as strong as outside. It was just that the various elements were a little mixed and messy. However, the almost viscous magical elements were enough to shock people. Even if an ordinary person came here, they could feel the difference in the air compared to other places. Inside the front of the hall, there were 6 huge statues. The 2 statues in the innermost were gold and black, while the 4 statues on the outside were blue, red, yellow, and green. The 6 statues were of different shapes. Among them, the gold and blue statues were female, while the other 4 were male. These 6 statues were the 6 elemental gods that the Magic Temple believed in. They represented water, fire, earth, wind, light, and darkness respectively. Mages had different attributes. These 6 were not the only ones. There were also some derivative attributes, such as lightning and ice. However, the world of magic believed that all other attributes were based on the 6 elemental attributes. Hence, these 6 basic elements were the foundation of all magic. The elemental gods were also the highest gods that they believed in. Long Haochen and the other 2 knew the rules of the Magic Temple. They stepped forward at the same time and bowed slightly to the 6 statues. At this moment, a strange scene appeared. The statue of the goddess of light on the inner side actually lit up and emitted a gentle golden light. Elder Fei was shocked. It should be known that these 6 elemental statues weren't randomly placed here. They were truly miracles left behind by the 6 elemental gods in this world. The ancestors of the Magic Sacred Temple had racked their brains to gather these miracles together and place them in the Magic Sacred Temple. The powerful barrier of the Jialing Pass used these 6 statues as the core. It could be said that these 6 statues together were a divine weapon of all attributes. They were also one of the most precious treasures of the Magic Temple. At this moment, the statue that represented the goddess of light was emitting light. This meant that there was a power of the same origin as her that had triggered her aura. Elder Fei had been paying attention to Long Haochen and the other 2. The 3 of them had not done anything just now. What was going on? What shocked Elder Fei even more was yet to come. The gentle golden light emitted by the statue of the goddess of light gradually gathered and turned into a golden pillar of light that enveloped Long Haochen's body. It made the orange light emitted by his golden foundation armor look even more dazzling. There were more people in the hall of the Magic Temple. There were other people, but when the statue of the goddess of light displayed its miracles, they immediately became the focus of the entire hall. Long Haochen did not expect such a situation to happen. Being enveloped by the gentle golden light, the warm light elements shuttled back and forth in his body, giving him an indescribable sense of restraint. He felt that the statue of the goddess of light was like a mother comforting her child. It would not increase his strength, but it was comforting his soul. The light elements emitted by the statue of the goddess of light were very strange. There were no spiritual fluctuations, but they were extremely pure. Long Houchen's soul was once again cleansed, just like when he obtained the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield. This was a good opportunity that could not be obtained. Spiritual power could be cultivated through continuous hard work, but it was much more difficult to get rid of the impurities in one's heart than to cultivate spiritual power. One must calmly cultivate for a long period of time in order to achieve this. As for Long Houchen, who was the son of the light, the purer his heart was, the stronger his perception of the light elements would be. Whether it was when cultivating or using skills, the effect would be better. The light from the statue of the goddess of light did not shine for too long. In the time of the dozen breaths, the light faded and everything returned to normal. However, in such a short period of time, there were already at least a dozen mages in the magic temple's hall who stopped to watch, their eyes filled with astonishment. Seeing that the golden light had disappeared, Elder Fei could not help but quickly walk to Long Houchen's side and anxiously asked, "Esteemed Holy Knight Elder, how did you do that? This is unbelievable." Long Houchen had already woken up from the comfort of being bathed in the light elements. He shook his head and said, "I didn't do anything. It was as if everything happened naturally. Is this phenomenon very special?" Elder Fei said without hesitation, "Of course it's special. The last time the elemental statue showed a miracle was when the Temple Lord ascended to the throne. The Temple Lord is the wind elemental emissary. At that time, the statue of the wind elemental god showed a miracle just like what happened to you just now. I was fortunate enough to follow my teacher to witness that scene. If I remember correctly, that miracle only lasted for a few seconds. It wasn't as long as what you did just now. Are you sure you really didn't do anything?" Long Houchen shook his head again, but he refused to say anything more. The surrounding mages did not show any signs of dispersing. They all looked at Long Houchen with astonished eyes. One of the young female mages took a few steps forward and very impolitely said, "Are you here to represent the Knights Templars to demonstrate to us?" This female mage had a beautiful appearance and a slender figure. Her green magic robe made her look neat and tidy, and her long black hair was tied with a green headband. In the center of the headband was a green diamond-shaped gem. He held a long staff in his right hand. The entire body of the staff was glittering and translucent, like a piece of cyan crystal. At the top of the staff was a transparent gem the size of a goose egg. Strangely, there was a cyan wind constantly fluttering inside the transparent gem. It was as if the gem was storing a tornado. Long Houchen frowned and said in a deep voice, "The 6 major temples are originally one, and they all belong to the Temple League. Mage, please be careful with your words." The young female mage ignored Long Houchen and instead said to Elder Fei, "Elder, I have to report to my teacher about what happened just now." Elder Fei nodded and said, "That's great. I also have to go find the Temple Lord. Tell the Temple Lord that the acting Holy Knight of the Knights Templars has arrived." "Acting Holy Knight Elder? All right." The young female mage did not even say goodbye to Long Houchen. She immediately turned around and left. The other mages then left one after another. Elder Fei said to Long Houchen apologetically, "I'm sorry, Holy Knight Elder. Tanwan was rude. I apologize on her behalf." Hanyu said coldly, "Who is she? How dare she be so rude to our Holy Knight Elder? We will report this matter to the Alliance." Elder Fei smiled bitterly. "I can't control this girl. She is the Temple Lord's direct disciple, and also the only disciple. She has always been arrogant, and her name is Tanwan. She is already 26 years old, but she is still unmarried. However, she has the right to be arrogant. At such a young age, she has already reached the 3rd level of the 7th level. She, Xin Yuan Yin, and Lin Xian are known as the 3 heroes of the younger generation of the Magic Temple. They have all reached the 7th level before the age of 30. Hanyu was pleasantly surprised. Lin Xian has also broken through the 7th level? That's great. Leader, this time we can. Just as he said this, he was stopped by Long Houchen's gaze. Hanyu also realized that he had misspoken and quickly shut his mouth. However, The way he addressed Elder Fei attracted his attention. Previously, Hanyu said that he and Lin Xin were teammates in the same Monster Hunters, and he called Long Haochen leader. Didn't that mean that they were all in the same team of Monster Hunters? And every Monster Hunter selection had an age limit. If Long Haochen was their leader, even if he was older than them, he shouldn't be much older. However, he was wearing a golden foundation armor that represented a powerhouse of at least the 8th level. Moreover, among the 8th level knight, those who could become a knight on a golden pedestal were all elites among the 8th level knight. Even a 9th level holy knight was not impossible. To become a knight on a golden pedestal at an age similar to Han Yu and Lin Xin, this was completely impossible. At least, in Elder Fei's heart, he did not believe that such a genius would appear. Moreover, this knight on a golden pedestal was the acting holy knight leader and was also wearing an epic golden foundation armor. This meant that he should be the strongest among the knight on a golden pedestal. Moreover, he should have made a significant contribution to the Knights Templars in order to receive this honor. The previous holy knight leader, Han Q, was now the spokesperson of the Knights Templars leader, Yang Haohen, in the Temple League. However, Elder Fei did not ask the question in his heart. Firstly, his position was not comparable to Long Haochen's, and secondly, it was not appropriate for him to pry into other people's secrets. Long Haochen's light attribute made it impossible for him to be a spy. Under the guidance of this elder, Long Haochen and the other two were brought to the 2nd floor of the Magic Temple and arranged into 3 rooms. Long Haochen and the other two had a long journey. After washing up and eating some food from the Magic Temple, the 3 gathered in Long Haochen's room. The Magic Temple is not very friendly to us, Long Haochen said with a smile. Hanyu snapped, "It's not just unfriendly, it's practically hostile." Long Haochen frowned and said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect the relationship between the Magic Temple and the Knights Templars to become so tense. If this continues, I'm afraid there will be big problems in the future. If it's still like this when there's a strong enemy outside, then there's no need for the Devil Race to attack us. The alliance will collapse on its own." Hanyu nodded and said, "The conflict between the Knights Templars and the Magic Temple has been going on for a long time. Almost every time the Temple Ranking Tournament, the final match will be between our 2 major temples. The Magic Temple has always been suppressed by us. It would be strange if they were willing. So, in the various affairs of the alliance, although we can't say that they are always against us, our relationship is definitely not good." Long Haochen said, "Let's wait for Lin Xin to come and talk." From what Elder Fei said, Lin Xion's status in the Magic Temple is not low. I hope he can mediate a little. As they were talking, a respectful voice came from outside. "Holy Knight Elder, the Temple Master would like to see you." Long Haochen and the other two looked at each other and stood up at the same time. A young mage was waiting outside the door. When he saw Long Haochen, he immediately made an inviting gesture. When Kair and Hanyu wanted to follow, they were stopped by the mage. "I'm sorry, the 2 of you. The Temple Master only wants to see Holy Knight Elder." Hanyu was already holding back his anger. He was about to explode when he was stopped. Long Haochen came back to his senses and shook his head. Hanyu suppressed his anger. "Go back to your rooms and rest. I'll be back soon. Maybe Lin Xin will come looking for us." Long Haochen followed the mage who came to invite him to the top floor of the Magic Temple. The entrance to the top floor was a door of light that was 3 meters tall. After passing through the door, Long Haochen was shocked. Behind the door was a large open space. It was at least much larger than the Magic Temple from the outside. Moreover, the waves of magical elements were denser and purer. The huge hall was several hundred meters in diameter. There were many doors around it. In the center of the hall was a shining magic hexagram. The young mage brought Long Haochen to the hexagram and said, "Please step into the magic array and you will enter the Temple Master's office." Long Haochen asked curiously, "What is this floor?" The young mage said, "Every room here is a training field. Some of them are the residences of high-ranked mages. Only sacred magus and above can live here." Long Haochen saw undisguised pride in the young mage's eyes, but he didn't say anything. He took a step forward and entered the hexagram magic array in front of him. With a flash of light, he arrived in a separate space. His surroundings were filled with distorted light. The 6 elements of water, fire, earth, wind, light, and darkness assaulted his senses. It was impossible to see through the distorted light with one's eyes. Long Houchen released his mental strength. He could faintly sense that this was a separate space. It was just that there was a faint connection with his original plane. What powerful mental strength! If Sacred Knight Temple Master is willing to become a mage, your achievements will definitely shock the world. An old voice sounded. The distorted light around him suddenly changed. An old man with a smile appeared in front of Long Houchen. The illusory scene around him also became real. This old man wore a simple green robe. There wasn't even a trace of elemental waves on his robe. He didn't hold a magic staff in his hand either. He looked like an ordinary old man. He wasn't tall, but his waist wasn't small. His chubby body and smiling face gave off a very kind feeling. Beside the old man was the wind magus, Tanwan, whom Long Houchen had met before. She was looking at Long Houchen with a somewhat vigilant gaze. "Greetings, Temple Master Li. I'm the acting Sacred Knight, Temple Master of the Knights Templars, Jingji number 12. I have a letter personally written by Temple Master Long of the Knights Templars for you." As he spoke, he bowed slightly to this Temple Master Li. The fat Temple Master of the Magic Temple was called Li Zhengji. His name was very old-fashioned, but he was one of the strongest in the entire alliance. Don't think that he was kind just because he looked kind. In fact, among the top powerhouses in the alliance, he was the most vicious. Years ago, he had entered the territory of the demons alone and cast a forbidden spell in 6 provinces of the demons. The demon emperor was enraged and asked the moon demon Agars to chase him for thousands of miles. He had almost passed through the entire territory of the demons. No one could say for sure who won, but at least this Temple Master Li Zhengji was fine. It was also this battle that made him famous and pushed him to become the current ruler of the Magic Temple. Looking at the bowing Long Houchen, Li Zhengji's eyes revealed a hint of deep meaning. He smiled and said, "You're welcome, Sacred Knight Temple Master." As he spoke, he raised his right hand. One could see a surging green light rushing towards Long Houchen. It seemed to be trying to straighten his body, but when the green light hit Long Houchen, the force of the push shocked Long Houchen. Is he testing me? Long Houchen didn't have much of a competitive spirit, but as the Sacred Knight head of the Knight Temple, he naturally couldn't cowardly retreat at this time. His body slightly stiffened, and Long Houchen's aura suddenly changed subtly. A faint layer of gold spread from the golden foundation armor, and there was a faint buzzing sound. A wonderful scene appeared. When the green light hit Long Houchen, it pushed his body with all its strength. But as the layer of gold appeared on Long Houchen's body, the impact turned into a cover, surrounding Long Houchen's body. The green and gold colors resonated with each other, looking indescribably strange and dazzling. The female magician, Tanwan, stood at the side with her eyes wide open. This was the first time she saw someone use this method to resolve her teacher's test. Although Long Houchen was a light attribute knight, she felt that he had completely integrated into the wind attribute spiritual power released by Li Zhengji. The two sides were inseparable, but there was a clear distinction between them. Li Zhengji's spiritual power obviously could not push Long Houchen. "Good," Li Zhengji praised and said, "Immovable as a mountain, condensing spiritual power to defend oneself, and accumulating spiritual power. If I'm not wrong, this skill of the Holy Knight Commander should be self-created. It uses the frequency of the elemental resonance to reach the same frequency as my wind attribute spiritual power, so that my spiritual power, which has no offensive power, can fuse with your spiritual power. What surprised me even more is that this skill can be combined with the Divine Block and used with your body. How amazing! It seems that the Knights Templars will have another peerless expert. How enviable!" Long Houchen said respectfully, "Temple Master Li is too kind. Your strength is like the vast ocean. I am but a lone boat." He said this completely from the bottom of his heart. Although he used his evolved ripple of light to resist the impact of Li Zhengji's spiritual power. The spiritual power immediately enveloped him like the vast ocean. If he wanted to rush out of it, he would have to use an extremely powerful impact skill. Only then would it be possible. Li Zhengji laughed and said, "Come, let me see what old Long wrote in the letter." As he spoke, he raised his hand and waved in Long Haochen's direction. A green light turned into a thin rope and gently wrapped around the scroll in Long Haochen's hand. With a light tug, the scroll flew in his direction. As the saying goes, true knowledge is revealed from the subtleties. Although the amount of spiritual power he used was very little, he was able to use it freely like a spirit snake. Not a single bit of spiritual power leaked out. The strength of the spiritual power was at the level of a pilot. This level of control was something that Long Haochen had never seen in his life. This palace master Li's strength gave him an unfathomable feeling. Li Zhengji raised his hand and tapped on the scroll. He didn't care how Long Haochen opened the scroll, and the scroll in his hand was already opened. Don't look down on these few moves of his. They look simple, but they actually broke the spell formation of a magic scroll. Moreover, this spell formation was made by the Knight of the Seal, Long Tianyin. Moreover, Long Haochen could clearly feel that Li Zhengji wasn't deliberately showing off. He was very naturally using his spiritual power to do daily things. It was easy to understand why he was so heavy. Spiritual power helped him do almost everything. His body didn't move much, so naturally he would have accumulated fat. It was only natural that he was fat. Chapter 193. After opening the scroll, Li Zhengji read it very seriously for a few minutes. Moreover, his expression kept changing as he read the scroll. After closing the scroll, Li Zhengji closed his eyes as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he said to Tan Wan, who was beside him, "You go out first. I have something to say to the Holy Knight." Tan Wan stared blankly. She was Li Zhengji's direct disciple, as well as his only disciple. Although Li Zhengji had a chubby appearance and always wore a gentle smile on his face, she knew very well that her teacher was filled with arrogance. He was even hailed as the #1 genius of the Mage Sanctuary in the past 1,000 years. Her teacher was only in his 60s this year, but he had already surpassed all the previous powerhouses of the Mage Sanctuary. In terms of cultivation, even the 3 great Knight of the Seal of the Knights Templars might not be her teacher's match. The reason why he only had 1 disciple was that among the younger generation of the Magic Temple, only she was recognized by her teacher for her talent. Moreover, she also had the same wind attribute as her teacher. Seeing the solemn expression on her teacher's face, Tan Wan immediately understood that the acting Holy Knight of the Knights Templars was not as simple as he seemed. Otherwise, her teacher would not have paid so much attention to him. Tan Wan also inherited Li Zhengji's arrogance, but because she was still young, she did not hide this arrogance well and often showed it on the surface. However, this did not mean that she was not smart. On the contrary, her intelligence and talent were often praised by Li Zhengji. After hearing her teacher's words, she only looked at Long Haochen in surprise. She immediately agreed obediently and walked to the side. In a wave of distorted ripples of light, she quietly disappeared into the air. After his disciple left, Li Zhengji's face once again hung that harmless smile on his face. "Now can you take off your mask and let me see your true face, son of the light of Knights Templars?" Golden light flowed, and the liquid-like adamantine foundation armor flowed down from Long Haochen's body and condensed into an adamantine foundation armor behind Long Haochen. Long Haochen crossed his right fist in front of his chest and said respectfully, "Knights Templars, Long Haochen greets the Temple Master." Looking at Long Haochen's excessively young and handsome face, Li Zhengji was slightly startled. Although he concealed his emotions very well, the shock in his heart was still extremely intense. Long Tianyin had clearly written in the letter that Long Haochen was his grandson, and he was indeed officially appointed as the Holy Knight of Knights Templars. At the same time, Knights Templars had agreed to let him reorganize the monster hunters in hopes of getting help from the Magic Temple. If Jialing Pass needed it, He could also fight for Jialing Pass for a period of time, but not more than 3 months. Although Long Tianin did not mention Long Haochen's cultivation in the letter, based on Li Zhengji's understanding of Long Tianin, he knew that with old Long Tianin's stubborn personality, even his own grandson would not be able to wear this adamantine foundation armor if he was not strong enough. In addition to his previous probing, he could clearly feel that Long Haochen's cultivation was indeed above the 8th level. The purity of the light element emitted from a young man in front of him was something that Li Zhengji had never seen before. Although he was handsome, his eyes were very calm, as if he was a professional who had been cultivating for 40 or 50 years. His precious disciple could never compare to that temperament. Sighing slightly, Li Zhengji revealed a bitter smile. I thought that it would be possible for the magic temple to replace us in the near future, but it seems that it is still impossible. The luck of the Knights Templars is really something that we cannot compare to. His words were said without rhyme or reason, but Long Haochen could understand the meaning behind it. This temple master Li in front of him was regarded as the biggest competitor of the Knights Templars, and was also known as the strongest in the alliance in terms of pure cultivation. His cultivation was so profound that it even surpassed those veteran legend-ranked monster hunters who had been cultivating for more than 100 years. In terms of pure cultivation, none of the 3 Knights of the Seal of the Knights Templars could compare to him. Before Long Haochen, the Knights Templars had placed all their hopes on Long Xingwu. However, the Knights Templars also understood that in terms of talent, Long Xingwu was slightly inferior to Li Zhengji. Furthermore, Long Xingwu was much younger, and it was almost impossible for him to catch up to Li Zhengji's cultivation in this lifetime. But who would have thought that the Knights Templars would produce another Long Haochen? From the beginning of his cultivation until now, Long Haochen had only used a little more than 10 years to become an 8th level Holy Knight. With this speed of improvement, in addition to his talent as the Son of Light, the possibility of him surpassing the Temple Master of the Magic Temple in the future was very high. Faced with Li Zhengji's sigh, Long Haochen did not utter a word. He only stared at the Temple Master of the Magic Temple in front of him with his clear eyes. Li Zhengji kept the scroll in his hand and gestured inside, saying, "Sit, let's have a chat." As he spoke, he brought Long Haochen into the hall behind him and sat down on the sofa. The decorations in Li Zhengji's office were not complicated, but it gave off a heavy feeling. All the furniture was made of a type of jet black wood. Long Haochen did not recognize this type of wood. It emitted a faint fragrance. Smelling this fragrance, Long Haochen could clearly feel that his mental strength seemed to have become more condensed. The most unique thing in the office was the bookshelf that stretched on one side of the wall. There were probably tens of thousands of books on it. Many of the books emitted a simple and unadorned feeling. Moreover, there were a few books that even gave Long Haochen a feeling of spirituality, as if these books were all alive. Li Zhengji smiled and said, "Long Haochen, this time you are here to look for Lin Xan, right? Do you know? More than a year ago, before the Demon Emperor launched the Holy War, I was the leader in the alliance who agreed to hand you over. Do you know why?" Long Haochen was slightly taken aback. He did not expect the Temple Master of the Magic Temple to speak so directly. It is because the alliance is not ready for this holy war. There is still a gap in strength between us and the demons. "We need time," replied Long Haochen calmly, as if what Li Zhengji said was not to send him to die at all. Li Zhengji said with some surprise, "It is rare for you to look at it normally. Many people think that I am doing this to attack the Knights Templars and to compete with the Knights Templars for the #1 position in the temple. You are right, the Alliance's accumulation is not enough. However, there's another reason why I propose to hand you over. It is because I'm not ready." Long Haochen looked at the fat old man in front of him and suddenly had a special feeling in his heart. From Li Zhengji, he felt a confidence that he had never felt before. The strength of that belief was even comparable to that of the Demon Emperor who controlled the demons. Li Zhengji leaned against the back of the sofa and said leisurely, "Yes, I am not ready. For the past 6,000 years, the Temple League has been working hard and accumulating strength. Although it is inevitable that there will be conflicts between the six great temple, in the face of the great enemy, the demons, everyone is absolutely united. And if we want to launch a counterattack against the demons, recover our lost land, and even wipe the demons off the continent forever, then we must face the most important problem, and that is the Demon Emperor. Demon Emperor Feng Xiu. It is said that his spiritual energy has reached 1,000,000, entering another level. If no one in the Alliance can defeat him, then so what if the Alliance's strength surpasses the demons? In the end, they will still not be able to escape the fate of failure. That is why I said that I am not ready. To say something arrogant, before I met you, I always thought that I was the most likely person to challenge him and drag him down with me. At this point, the confidence that Li Zhengji exuded became stronger. I am 67 years old this year. If I have another 100 years, maybe I will really have that chance. However, if the alliance is overturned, the final outcome will inevitably be a tragedy. So, I can't ruin this great situation just because of you. Unfortunately, the influence of the Knights Templars on the Alliance for many years is not something that I can compare to. In the end, my proposal still failed. However, now it seems that Yang Haohan and Long Tianyin are indeed right. You are worthy of such an investment from the Alliance. When saying this, Li Zhengji suddenly seemed a little tired, but also a little relaxed, as if a huge pressure had been removed from his body. The mental fluctuations of a mage are the most sensitive. What surprised me is not your age, nor your cultivation, but your will. Your eyes are solemn, reserved, and restrained. This is a sign of incomparable determination. However, your eyes are simple, without the slightest bit of impatience or pride. The combination of these two qualities gives me a glimpse of your future. Very good. You are really very good. However, you still have a long way to go. I hope that you can take over the important task of challenging the Demon Emperor for me. I know that you Knights Templars have always hoped to unite the 6 major temples with yourselves as the main force, so that the Alliance's strength can be integrated, and the Alliance can truly exert its full strength to build a unified country to fight against the demons. I do not oppose this proposal, but I hope that the Magic Temple will take the lead. The other major temples also have their own ideas. So, this proposal has been put on hold for many years. If one day you can defeat me, then on behalf of the Magic Temple, I will agree to the proposal of the Knights Templars. At the same time, I will also give you the right to challenge the Demon Emperor. Long Haochen listened to Li Zhengji's words quietly. From the beginning to the end, he did not interrupt a single word. He realized that he was starting to like this Lord of the Magic Temple. Although his words might not be pleasant to hear, it clearly expressed his approval of Long Haochen, as well as his expectations for the future of the Alliance. 2 sharp gazes shot out from Li Zhengji's eyes, landing on Long Haochen's body like 2 sharp swords. Instantly, it triggered Long Haochen's own spiritual power. A layer of golden brilliance naturally overflowed from his body, forming a layer of protective lingang. Li Zhengji smiled faintly, withdrawing his gaze. Long Haochen, you have to remember, this world never lacks geniuses. Although a talent like yours is extremely rare, it's not like it hasn't appeared before. However, to this day, humanity has never produced a powerhouse that could truly contend against the demon god emperor. Do you know why? Long Haochen shook his head. Please speak, Lord, Li Zhengji said, because they do not understand the word endure. As he listened to Li Zhengji's words, Long Haochen's brain worked at high speed, but he still did not expect Li Zhengji to give such an answer. In the past, the son of Samsara and the sword god of light were also amazingly talented people. They had also cultivated to the 9th rank, but in the end, they still fell. At most, the demons were only slightly restrained. In terms of talent, they were definitely not below you, and even surpassed you. For example, the son of Samsara. Back then, he was only 36 years old, but he dared to challenge the Demon Emperor. How much confidence and strength did he have? In the end, he and the Demon Emperor were both injured. The sword god of light was in a similar situation. With their talent, it was possible for them to lead the humans to launch a large-scale counterattack against the demons, or at least reverse the situation. However, in the end, they all lost because of their impatience. Seeing the puzzled look in Long Haochen's eyes, Li Zhengji said, "You don't understand, right? Then, let's put it simply. If the son of Samsara was not 36 years old when he challenged the Demon Emperor, but 136 years old, what would the situation be like? If the Sword God of Light was not in his 40s when he challenged the Demon Emperor, but 140 years old, what would the situation be like?" Long Haochen could not help but refute. However, these two seniors were forced to do so. The demon army was pressing on, and they had no choice but to take action. Li Zhengji snorted, a trace of disdain appearing at the corner of his mouth. They had the same idea as you, so in the end, they could not truly become the leaders who led the humans to defeat the demons. Since the Dark Age more than 6,000 years ago, we have been forced to this corner of the land, and there has never been a time when we were forced to do anything. That's right, the demons will often advance and constantly launch battles. However, you have also dealt with the demons. What do you think of the strength of the alliance compared to the demons? Long Haochen said in a deep voice, "The demons are led by the 72 demon god pillars. They have many powerhouses, and their overall strength is extremely strong. The alliance relies on the combined strength of the 6 great strongholds and the 6 great temples to barely resist the demons' attack. In terms of strength, we are indeed inferior to the demons. Of course, I don't understand the true strength of the alliance." Li Zhengji said, "What you said is very fair. Yes, the demons are stronger than us, and they're still stronger than us even now. Then, have you ever thought about what happened 6,000 years ago? What was the situation at that time? At that time, the demons were also the 72 demon god pillars, and the first-generation demon god was the most powerful in terms of overall strength. If they can force us into this corner, can't they completely destroy us? To tell you the truth, in the history of the confrontation between the Alliance and the demons have at least a dozen opportunities to completely destroy the Alliance. If the Demon Emperor did not care about the cost and led the demon army to break through at one point, we would have been completely destroyed long ago. The legacy of the human race has long ended." Long Haochen looked at Li Zhengji in surprise. "Lord, what you said is true. Then why didn't the demons do this?" Li Zhengji sneered, "Captive. The demons are captive. That's right, the demons are far stronger than us, but they don't belong to our world after all. Other than war and destruction, they don't know anything else. If we humans are really extinct, then no one needs to take revenge for us. The demons will go to their own destruction, and they will definitely go to their own destruction. Therefore, the demons don't dare to kill us at all, and they don't dare to destroy us humans. That's why the 6,000 years of Dark Ages came. Behind the scenes, the demons often make some deals with us. It's just that ordinary people don't know about it." Then what about this holy war? Long Haochen still didn't believe Li Zhengji's words. Li Zhengji said calmly, "Holy war? You might be the fuse, but in fact the root cause of this holy war is that the demons are afraid. Over the years, the alliance has grown too fast and has already surpassed the demons' expectations. The Demon Emperor is afraid that our strength will grow too fast and threaten the rule of the demons. At the same time, the number of demons is too large and needs to be reduced. That's why this holy war broke out. That's why the 6 great temples were attacked at the same time, but none of them were broken." Long Haochen sucked in a breath of cold air. He had already faintly understood what Li Zhengji meant. Li Zhengji continued, "In other words, back then, they didn't even encounter any life and death crisis. If talented people like the Radiant Sword God and the Son of Reincarnation had enough patience and could wait until they had absolute confidence, the alliance wouldn't be like this now. You're a smart person, and I believe you can understand what I mean. Of course, I'm not telling you this to be a coward in the alliance. On the contrary, real growth and understanding requires continuous challenges from the strong and continuous battles. But remember, try not to do things that you know you can't do." At this point, Li Zhengji closed his eyes slightly and leaned back on the sofa, as if thinking about something. Long Haochen said respectfully, "Thank you for your guidance, senior. After listening to your words, this junior is suddenly enlightened." Li Zhengji waved his hand and said, "Go. I have always been a competitive person. Although I admire your talent, if this is the 6th Great Temple ranking tournament, I definitely won't go easy on you. It's still too early for you to defeat me. In 5 years, there will be a new temple tournament, and I hope I won't see you on the tournament stage. In 15 years, perhaps it's time for you to truly shine." Long Haochen slowly stood up, and after bowing to Li Zhengji again, he turned around and left. Li Zhengji narrowed his eyes and looked at Long Haochen's steady footsteps as he left. He thought to himself, "Heaven's favored one. I hope he won't follow in the footsteps of his predecessors." Long Haochen really listened to Li Zhengji's words. He was only 20 years old this year, and in the past 10 years, he had spent almost all his energy on training and fighting against the demons. He didn't know much about the internal affairs of the Alliance and the relationship between the Alliance and the demons. After returning to the Alliance from the Dark Swamp, especially after he finished his seclusion, the leaders of the Alliance, such as Long Tianin, Sheng Yu, and Li Zhengji, taught him many things that he didn't know before. Almost all of them were guiding him to the right path. Long Haochen's thinking also became more mature. "Hey!" Just as Li Zhengji's words echoed in Long Haochen's mind, he heard a call. Long Haochen was startled and subconsciously looked up. Both he and the person who called out to him were stunned. The person who called him was naturally Li Zhengji's direct disciple, Tan Wan. At this time, Long Haochen had already stepped into the teleportation portal and was about to leave. However, he met Tan Wan face to face. In that moment of shock, he realized his mistake. Because Li Zhengji's words had brought him too many things, he forgot to put on his golden foundation armor and walk out. He just happened to meet Tan Wan face to face. Tan Wan's shock was obvious because of Long Haochen's appearance. "You're the one just now?" Tan Wan looked at Long Haochen's young and handsome face, her eyes filled with disbelief. In Li Zhengji's office, there were only Li Zhengji and the acting holy knight. At this time, a stranger that she didn't know walked out, and it was obvious that he wasn't her teacher. Naturally, it was the acting holy knight. As the direct disciple of the mage temple master Li Zhengji, and with her beautiful appearance, Tan Wan was the dream lover of almost all the young mages in the mage temple. There were too many young men who had fawned over her, but she was completely sure that the person in front of her was absolutely unparalleled in terms of appearance. For the first time, she realized that a man could be so good-looking. Whether it was his figure or his appearance, she couldn't find a single flaw on Long Haochen. Even with her pride in appearance, she actually felt a sense of inferiority. Moreover, he looked even younger than she did. Long Haochen's reaction in the next moment gave Tan Wan a definite answer. After realizing his mistake, he immediately released the golden foundation armor. Tan Wan watched as the shining orange-golden armor quickly covered Long Haochen's body, and the golden mask once again covered his face. "It's really you?" After a moment of sluggishness, Tan Wan's delicate face was filled with shock. Long Haochen nodded at her, stepped into the teleportation portal, and was teleported away in the next moment. Looking at the gradually fading figure, Tan Wan's footsteps paused for a moment, and she immediately sprinted towards Li Zhengji's office. Women's curiosity was stronger than men's, and this shock was beyond her comprehension. On the second floor of the Mage Temple, Long Haochen was shocked as soon as he arrived. This was because he saw Kai air in someone's arms. When he took a closer look, intense surprise filled his body. He quickly took 2 steps forward and shouted, "Sister, it's Lin Xan." The person who was hugging Kai air was Lin Xan, whom Long Haochen hadn't seen for a long time. Meanwhile, Lin Xan, whose dark green hair had grown back, was standing at the side, holding Han Yu's right hand with an excited look on his face. As it turned out, when Long Haochen was summoned by the Mage Temple's master Li Zhengji, Lin Xan was also notified by Elder Fei. When he heard that it was someone from his team, and that there was a knight on a golden pedestal, he vaguely guessed who it was. No one was more confident in Long Houchen's strength than Lin Xin. He was almost sure that the knight on a golden pedestal was Long Houchen. Overjoyed, he immediately found Lin Xin and rushed over as fast as he could. In the corridor, he met Kai Er and Han Yu, who were waiting for Long Houchen's return. Lin Xin had long heard about Kai Er's amnesia. She pitied Kai Er and hugged her with tears in her eyes. Lin Xin and Han Yu also held their right hands tightly. It had been almost 2 years. The joy of reunion between the brothers couldn't be described with words. Before they could say anything, Long Houchen came back. Lin Xin let go of Han Yu's hand and shouted, "Boss." He quickly rushed forward and gave Long Houchen a big hug. Everyone was so excited that they almost couldn't control themselves. Although Long Houchen was wearing the golden foundation armor, when had his voice ever changed? Long Houchen. Lin Xin let go of Kai Er and quickly walked forward with a face full of surprise. Even with her strong character, tears still rolled down her face. After letting go of Lin Xion's hug, Long Houchen hugged Lin Xion tightly again. The surging emotions made Long Houchen choke and unable to speak. After a while, everyone's emotions calmed down a little. Long Houchen said, "Come, let's talk in the room." The 5 of them walked into Long Houchen's room and closed the door. Long Houchen almost couldn't wait to take off the golden foundation armor on his body. In front of his sister and brother, how could he be willing to be separated by this layer of metal? At this time, he could calm down and observe Lin Xion and Lin Xion. Compared to before they parted, Lin Xion seemed to have matured a bit, and her figure was even more fiery and sexy. Her long pink hair was neatly combed behind her head, and her gaze was focused. It was obvious that her cultivation had improved greatly. Compared to Lin Xion, Lin Xion's change was even greater. Before they parted, Lin Xion gave people the impression that he was somewhat cynical. But now, although his appearance did not change much, he gave people the impression that he was a lot more resolute. He already had a bit of dignified aura. In the past, he had never been associated with the word calm, but now he could be used to describe him. This was especially true for his gaze, which was focused and resolute. It was no longer as erratic as before. It was as if he had grown up after not seeing him for 2 years. If not for his appearance, Long Houchen wouldn't have been able to recognize him. Needless to ask, Long Houchen could imagine that Lin Xion must have experienced many things in these 2 years. Lin Xion, it's been hard on you these 2 years. Long Houchen said sincerely. His words were not without reason. For the General Class Monster Hunt 64, the one who contributed the most in these 2 years was Lin Xion. The pills he refined had greatly improved the external spiritual power of everyone in the General Class Monster Hunt 64. Moreover, he had provided everyone with many life-saving pills. As for the leader, Long Houchen, he did not do much. He only cultivated in seclusion. Hearing Long Houchen's words, Lin Xion's expression changed. He suddenly stood up and stood in front of Long Houchen like a child who had done something wrong. "Leader, don't say that. I did what I should." But, Lin Xion, who was at the side, suddenly said, "All right, let bygones be bygones." It wasn't easy for everyone to reunite. "Why are you saying this?" Lin Xion turned his head to look at Lin Xion. What surprised Long Houchen was that Lin Xion, who had always been obedient to Lin Xion, firmly shook his head. "Xion, I must say it. If Boss doesn't know about this, I will never be able to untie this knot in my heart." Long Houchen realized the seriousness of the situation. He asked doubtfully, "What happened? What happened?" Lin Xion lowered his head and said, "I didn't protect Xion well. Her arm was cut off by the enemy during the Holy War." "What?" Long Houchen stood up in shock. His eyes suddenly became fierce. To him, Lin Xion was no less than his biological sister. Back in Hao City, Lin Xion's meticulous care for him was his spiritual support after his parents left. Long Houchen's affection for Lin Xion would never weaken. Lin Xion hurriedly stood up and said, "It's all in the past. Didn't I reattach my arm? For my sake, Lin Xin has suffered many hardships over the past year. Long Haochen, don't blame him. It wasn't his fault at all. As she spoke, she took the initiative to walk to Lin Xion's side. She hugged his right arm and snuggled up to him. Her eyes were full of tenderness. Looking at them, Long Haochen suddenly understood something. Lin Xion's face was full of guilt. His eyes were red. Lin Xion's face was full of tenderness and happiness. It was obvious that the relationship between them had taken a qualitative leap. Lin Xion, what happened? Tell me in detail. I also heard that you are now the leader of the Magic Temple's mage squad. Just as Lin Xion was about to speak, Lin Xion spoke first. Let me say it. You have to listen to him. He'll definitely take on everything. He's such a person. He's too stubborn. How can there be no deaths or injuries in war? Back then, he was refining pills in the temple, and I was participating in the defense of Jialing Pass. In one battle, my arm was cut off by the enemy. Later, although it was reattached, it wasn't very flexible. Lin Xion seemed to have gone mad. He insisted that he didn't protect me well. Then he changed. He broke his oath and began to practice offensive magic. At the same time, he developed all kinds of pills to heal my arm. Now, my arm has been completely healed. After he practiced offensive magic, his ability increased greatly. At the same time, he joined the battlefield. Because of his outstanding performance on the battlefield and the rapid increase in his strength, he was recognized by the upper echelons of the Magic Temple. He accumulated military merits and was promoted to the position of Mage Squad Leader. Hearing Lin Xion say this, both Long Haochen and Han Yu were shocked. Han Yu said, "You actually learned offensive magic?" Lin Xion's narration was very simple, as if an outsider was describing a very ordinary thing. But with Long Haochen's understanding of Lin Xion, he could deeply feel the strong impact of Lin Xion's broken arm on Lin Xion. One must know that the reason why Lin Xion swore not to learn offensive magic was because his parents died in the research of magic. One could imagine the impact of this shadow on him. And because of Lin Xion's injury, Lin Xion actually walked out of this shadow. In order to protect Lin Xion, he learned offensive magic. At this moment, Long Haochen was finally relieved. The once unreliable mage, who didn't know how to attack, had finally grown up and could really protect his sister. Taking a step forward, Long Haochen stood in front of Lin Xion. Looking at Long Haochen's clear eyes, Lin Xion's heartbeat suddenly sped up. Anyone could see the anxiety in his heart. Lin Xion was about to say something, but Long Haochen raised his hand to stop her. Raising both hands, Long Haochen grabbed Lin Xion's shoulders. "Brother, good job. You've worked hard these days." Lin Xion was stunned. He had thought countless times about how the leader would treat him after reuniting with Long Haochen, but he had never received such an answer. In an instant, tears filled his eyes. In these 2 years, he had really put in too much. His craziness in magic training made even Tan Wan, who was known as the #1 genius of the younger generation in the Magic Temple, feel inferior. He trained almost crazily, but he still had to make time to research medicine for Lin Xion. Every day, his real rest time was less than 4 hours. Only in the process of crazily and stubbornly cultivating could he alleviate the pain and guilt in his heart to some extent. There were a few times when he had experienced the most dangerous elemental backlash because of excessive training, but even so, he had forcefully endured it. At this moment, although Long Haochen only said a simple sentence, it made Lin Xion feel that all his efforts were worth it. The leader didn't blame him. "Boss!" In the instant that the huge pressure in his heart was finally released, Lin Xion's somewhat closed heart finally opened up completely. He cried bitterly, and the emotions that he had been suppressing finally burst out like a mountain torrent. Han Yu wanted to step forward to comfort him, but was stopped by Lin Xion. She was the clearest about Lin Xion's current mental state. The knot in his heart had finally been released, and it was definitely better to let him cry than to keep it in his heart. Lin Xion's emotional release lasted for almost a quarter of an hour before he gradually calmed down. Although his eyes were red and swollen from crying, His gaze was clearly much gentler. His tense heartstrings finally relaxed, and the huge psychological pressure was gone. However, the intense feeling of fatigue caused him to directly fall asleep in Lin Xian's arms. These days, he had given himself too much pressure. After letting it all out, he needed a good rest to truly let his body and mind return to normal. 2 days later, at Jialing Pass, what did the magic temple rely on to defend Jialing Pass? Without a doubt, it was the magicians. In the magic temple, there were a total of 10 regular magician groups. Each group had 500 people, and all of them were magicians with a cultivation of grade 5 and above. As for magicians with a cultivation of less than grade 5, they could only be the reserve force and were not allowed to enter the battlefield. This was the magic temple's protection for low-level magicians. After all, nurturing a magician was not as easy as nurturing a warrior. Every magician was the magic temple's most valuable asset. Perhaps, among those low-level magicians, there might be another one like Li Zhengji in the future. Other than the 10 regular magician groups, there were also a few more stronger groups of magicians, led by the magic temple's powerhouses. Every regular magician group had a single element. This was because this was the only way that there would be no elemental conflict during the battle. The reason why Lin Xian was chosen as the leader of the magician group was not because he was the strongest, but because the magician group was also known as the Burning Legion and was made up of all magicians with a fire element. Chapter 194. Boss, these are my brothers. Lin Xian proudly pointed at the 500 magicians on the walls of Jialing Pass, all wearing fiery red robes. After 2 days of rest, Lin Xian's physical condition had finally returned to normal. After untangling the knot in his heart and venting his emotions, his mental energy seemed to have improved to a certain extent. As the leader of the #1 sorcerer squad, he definitely could not rest for long. Once his mental energy recovered, he immediately returned to his post. Long Haochen and the rest had been here for a few days. Apart from Li Zhengji's summon, they did not receive any orders or requests from the Magic Temple. In other words, they were completely free men. Lin Xian was still the leader of the #1 sorcerer squad. Under his warm invitation, Long Haochen and the rest followed him and Lin Xian to the Jialing Pass. With Lin Xian's current status in the Jialing Pass, it was naturally very easy for him to help them obtain identification. At the top of the Jialing Pass, the guards at the front were all tall, muscular, and heavily armored warriors. These warriors were almost all reinforcements from the warrior temple. Behind the warriors were all mages. The number of mages on the Jialing Pass was enough to shock anyone. Long Haochen saw at least 2,000 mages on the Jialing Pass. Furthermore, according to their different attributes, they belonged to different squads of mages, and the colors of their robes were also distinct. Looking into the distance from the top of the city wall, one could see 8 demon god pillars standing in the middle of the demon race's camp, like 7 stars surrounding the moon. The demon god pillar in the center was particularly huge, and a thick purple-black light constantly rose from this demon god pillar. One could faintly see a ferocious face in that purple-black light. The demon god of hell, Marbus, was the 5th demon god of the demons. The demon god of necromancy, Samikina, was stationed outside the dragon-resisting pass, while the demon god of hell, Marbus, was here. This showed how much importance the demons placed on the Jialing Pass. Since the start of the Holy War, the Jialing Pass had the fewest casualties. Not only were there few casualties for the humans, but the demons too, because most of the time, it was a battle between the magicians of both sides. No one could easily break through the other's defensive barrier. In terms of the overall strength of the mages, Jialing Pass was not inferior to their opponents at all, not to mention that they had the terrain and formations to rely on. Marbus had even personally fought a few times, but he was unable to gain any advantage and returned in failure every time. The fire mages of the mage squad, one looked curiously at Long Haochen and the others. Long Haochen was undoubtedly the most eye-catching in his golden foundation armor. However, they were very disciplined and there was no sound of discussion. Lin Xian lowered his voice and asked Long Haochen, "Boss, when are we leaving? Let's go to the southeastern fortress and look for Yuan Yuan." The warrior's temple was located further south from Jialing Pass. After reuniting with Long Haochen, Lin Xian was even more eager to meet up with his companions. Long Haochen smiled and said, "There's no hurry. Since we have come to Jialing Pass, we should contribute to Jialing Pass. Let's talk about it after a few battles. Let's see if we can contribute to Jialing Pass." Of course, there was another reason why he decided to stay for the time being. The words of Long Tianin and Li Zhengji made him deeply understand the importance of the true integration of the six temples, and they had pinned their hopes on Long Haochen. In order to truly integrate the six temples, he first had to understand the six temples, and the battlefield was obviously the best place to understand. Our Jialing Pass is impregnable. We don't need an outsider like you to do anything. A cold voice sounded from not far away. Long Haochen and the others turned their heads and saw a man and a woman surrounded by dozens of magicians walking over. It was Xianyuan Yin and Tan Wan. Tan Wan walked in the front, and Xianyuan Yin was slightly behind her. Both of them were fully equipped with magician equipment, and there was a faint, strong, magical wave blooming from their bodies. Seeing them, Lin Xian was stunned at first, and then he was enraged by their words. He stepped forward and shouted coldly, "What did you say?" Seeing Lin Xian, Xianyuan Yin obviously showed a trace of jealousy, but Tan Wan's expression was a little strange. She quickly glanced at Lin Xian, who was beside Lin Xian, and said coldly, "The defense of Jialing Pass does not need outsiders. Lin Xian, as the leader of the 1st Magician Regiment, you actually brought outsiders to the city without permission. I will impeach you to the temple for this matter." Lin Xian frowned and looked at Tan Wan with a somewhat complicated gaze. "Sister Meatball, why are you doing this?" When he called her Sister Meatball, Tan Wan's body visibly trembled, but she quickly suppressed her emotions. "Leader Lin, please behave yourself. I am the leader of the Storm Legion, not your sister. I order you to let these people go down the city immediately, or else don't blame me for being rude." The Storm Legion did not belong to the 10 regular magician regiments, but a magician regiment directly under the temple master of the magic temple, Li Zhengji. After Tan Wan's cultivation broke through to the 7th rank, Li Zhengji handed over this magician regiment, which was made up of wind magicians above the 7th rank, to her command. In terms of status, the Storm Legion was obviously higher than the 10 regular magicians, so it was not wrong to say that Tan Wan was Lin Xian's superior. Lin Xian's face alternated between red and white, but facing Tan Wan, it was obvious that he could not vent his anger. Long Haochen patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Forget it, Lin Xian. Since Jialing Pass does not need our help, we'll go down first." After saying that, he called out to Kai and Han Yu, turned around and walked down the city. "Wait a minute," Tan Wan suddenly said. Long Haochen turned around. "Is Leader Tan Wan calling me?" Tan Wan nodded, and her eyes revealed a fierce look. She said in a deep voice, "Acting Holy Knight Leader has come to Jialing Pass. I wonder if I can ask Holy Knight Leader to give me some pointers and compare notes. I will compare notes with you." Without waiting for Long Haochen to speak, Kai could not bear it anymore, and a tyrannical, murderous intent swept out from her body. Long Haochen endured again and again, but she could not. The other party's repeated aggressiveness had already aroused the anger in Kai Er's heart. In front of the tyrannical, murderous intent emitted by Kai Er, the group of magicians could not help but change their expressions. Except for Tan Wan and Xianyuan Yin, the magicians behind them all took a few steps back, hurriedly urging their spiritual power to barely resist the invasion of the murderous intent. Tan Wan and Xianyuan Yin's expressions also changed. Xianyuan Yin had seen Kai Er's ability when she broke the seal, so it was a little better. However, Tan Wan was secretly shocked. The murderous intent on Kai Er's body was condensed, overbearing, and peerless. But before she displayed it, there was no trace of murderous intent. This cultivation cannot be underestimated. Long Haochen pressed down on Kai Er's shoulder. Forget it. The 6 great temples are one family. Our strength should be vented on the enemy, not internal strife. Let's go. Saying that, he pulled Kai and turned to go down the city. Lin Xian looked deeply at Tan Wan, then chased after Long Haochen and the others. Lin Xian couldn't help but clench his fists. Looking at Tan Wan, his expression changed. At the side, Xinyuan Yin sneered. Lin Xian, don't let something like this happen again in the future. Otherwise, we will impeach you from above. Scram, do you have the right to speak here? Lin Xian's suppressed anger was almost instantly ignited. He could not do anything to Tan Wan, but he did not fear Xinyuan Yin. Xinyuan Yin did not have good temper. Being scolded by Lin Xian, he immediately became angry. The white staff in his hand pointed, and a golden arrow of light shot towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes revealed a trace of disdain. A blue light flashed in his eyes, and a layer of water-like ripples appeared in front of him. When the arrow of light was still 2 meters away from him, it was directly disintegrated into elements. Immediately after, a loud and clear phoenix cry suddenly rose from Lin Xian's body. Strong blue flames burst out from his body like a volcano, causing the surrounding air to rise rapidly. The flames faintly condensed into the shape of a phoenix above Lin Xian's head, facing Xinyuan Yin. In his eyes, a tyrannical killing intent was also revealed. From the looks of it, he really wanted to kill. Enough, stop! Tan Wan shouted angrily. She moved and stood between the two of them. Then, she turned to Xinyuan Yin and shouted, "Let's go." Saying that, she turned and left. Needless to say, whether it was Xinyuan Yin or Lin Xian, neither of them could do anything to Tan Wan. Xinyuan Yin looked deeply at the rising flames on Lin Xian's body, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. With an angry snort, he turned and left. The blue flames slowly disappeared, and Lin Xian hatefully slapped the air, causing sparks to fly. On the other side, Lin Xian followed Long Haochen and the others down the city. Haochen, sis, I'm fine. Long Haochen naturally understood that Lin Xian was trying to comfort him. Lin Xian sighed and said, "Speaking of which, Lin Xian is also in a difficult position. The conflict between him, Tan Wan, and Xinyuan Yin has a lot to do with me." Oh, Long Haochen looked curiously and said, "I see that Lin Xian seems to be very respectful towards Tan Wan, but Tan Wan is targeting him." 2 days ago, Long Haochen had just met Palace Master Li Zhengji, who is also the acting Holy Knight of the Knights Templars. With Tan Wan's status in the Magic Temple, no matter what, she should not be so impolite to him. Long Haochen had noticed that when Tan Wan spoke to them, her gaze was always on Lin Xian. That anger clearly had a lot to do with Lin Xian. It was more like they were the victims of her anger. Lin Xian said, "This matter is also caused by a misunderstanding. When Lin Xian was young, he lived in Jialing Pass. Tan Wan was a few years older than him, so he always called her Sister Meatball. When he was young, Tan Wan always took good care of him and treated him very well. Lin Xian lost his parents when he was young, so he was very attached to Tan Wan. As he grew older, family love gradually turned into other feelings. But there was a difference in age between the two, and Lin Xian swore not to practice offensive magic. Tan Wan tried to persuade him many times, but he still insisted. Later, Lin Xian's grandfather wanted to be transferred to the Holy City. Originally, Lin Xian didn't plan to go with his grandfather, but Tan Wan and Xinyuan Yan's engagement made him very sad. He left a letter for Tan Wan and went to the Holy City with his grandfather. We haven't contacted each other for a long time. In that letter, Lin Xian expressed his feelings for Tan Wan, and it could be considered a kind of catharsis. After coming to the Holy City, he devoted himself to the research of potionology and gradually let go of this feeling. Later, he got together with you and became a demon hunter. But what he didn't know was that after Tan Wan read his letter, she also discovered the feelings in her heart. She also liked Lin Xian. So, she asked Palace Master Li Zhengji to come forward and annul the engagement. But because this matter was too sensitive, Palace Master Li Zhengji let her cultivate in seclusion. On one hand, it was for her cultivation, and, on the other hand, it was to prevent her from being in the eye of the storm. When Tan Wan finished her seclusion and wanted to find Lin Xian had already become a demon hunter and followed you to carry out a mission. Thus, the matter was delayed. When they met again in Jialing Pass, Lin Xian was already with me. Listening to Lin Xian's narration, Long Haochen and the other two looked at each other. Han Yu had a strange expression on his face as he said, "Is this hatred born from love?" Lin Xian smiled bitterly and said, "You can say that." So, I felt that Tan Wan was quite pitiful. No matter what she did, Lin Xian and I tried our best to endure it. Originally, when we returned to Jialing Pass, everyone knew that it was a misunderstanding. After all, when Lin Xian and I got together, he thought that she was already married to Xin Yuanyan. It was hard to say who was right and who was wrong. It could only be considered a freak accident. In the beginning, Tan Wan's attitude towards us was still considered good. But after Lin Xian decided to cultivate offensive magic for me, Tan Wan's attitude took a sharp turn for the worse, and she targeted him in all aspects. Moreover, she also seemed to think that her inability to be with Lin Xian had something to do with him joining Monster Hunters. You are all teammates in the same team as Lin Xian. Her attitude just now should be because of this matter. Han Yu smiled bitterly and said, "So it turns out that this is an undeserved calamity." Long Haochen said that Tan Wan's emotions were stimulated. It's also quite pitiful. I hope that there will be a chance to resolve this matter in the future. Lin Xian said, "I'm afraid it will be very difficult. The knot in her heart is deep unless I withdraw. But Lin Xian has done so much for me. I have already..." Speaking up to here, this valiant female knight couldn't help but blush. After going through so many things, how could she not be deeply in love with Lin Xian? A man could give up so many years of persistence for a woman. How could she not be moved by this deep friendship? Right at this moment, suddenly, a sharp and long cry resounded in Jialing Pass. The atmosphere of the whole impregnable pass instantly became tense. Lin Xian's expression changed. The demons are attacking the city. I have to go back to help Lin Xian. Long Haochen, you guys go back to the temple to rest first. Long Haochen said in a deep voice, "Fighting against the demons is everyone's responsibility. Let's go. We will go up again. I believe that Tan Wan will also be guarding her post and won't be able to care about us." As he spoke, he was already leading the way up the city wall. He didn't give up fighting against the demons just because of the Holy Knight's face. Lin Xian couldn't help but secretly praise Long Haochen's determination. Meeting again, her brother had become more mature than before. When everyone reascended to the top of the Jialing Pass, they immediately felt a strong elemental fluctuation. This elemental fluctuation was not emitted by the mages, but came from Jialing Pass itself. Long Haochen clearly saw that on the ground of the city wall, every 50 meters, a circular magic circle with a diameter of 3 meters lit up. This magic circle was milky white, and the soft elemental fluctuation emitted a faint white halo from the ground, spreading to every corner of the city. Long Haochen sensed that these magic circles actually had the effect of gathering mana. Stepping in a magic circle, the speed of absorbing magical elements increased by at least 10%. Moreover, these magic circles seemed to have no attribute restrictions, and any element had the effect of increasing the condensation. Looking from a distance, outside Jialing Pass, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and the 8 demon god pillars in the distance exuded a strong dark aura. The demon army's advancement speed was not fast at all, but layers of dark aura could be seen constantly surging from within the demon army and injected into the dark clouds in the sky. The core of the dark clouds was the demon god Pillars of Hell, and this was the joint casting of the hell demons. Although the distance was still far, there was already a strong pressure rushing in the direction of the city wall. The air outside Jialing Pass also began to distort and ripple, which was the beginning of the enchantment. The reason why Long Haochen and the others were able to break through the barrier was because Kai used her Death God scythe to break through the surface, only tearing a very small crack. Moreover, they were able to enter the inside of the barrier in an instant. However, this kind of large-scale collision was another situation. With the obstruction of the enchantment, not a trace of dark aura overflowed into Jialing Pass. On the city wall, a large number of magical elements had begun to shine, mainly concentrating on the 5 attributes of water, fire, earth, wind, and light. Among the 10 standing legions of Jialing Pass, 5 were on duty on the city wall, and together with the soldiers in front of them, they had occupied the entire Jialing Pass. Long Haochen and the others quickly came to Lin Xian's side, and at this time, Lin Xian had already begun to command the mages to chant a spell. They were chanting a grade 5 spell, which was specially used to compress their own spiritual power. The demons were still far away, and had not yet reached the range of their magic. A mage's magic was limited by the distance, and could only exert its greatest power within a certain distance. The stronger the mage, the further the distance. Long Haochen realized that these mages stood together in groups of 6, forming a magic hexagram. Along with the chanting of the spell, they raised the staff in their hands at the same time, and the elements of the same attribute gathered between them, quickly condensing spiritual power. Joint casting. With Long Haochen's sensitivity to the elements, he could feel that this joint casting was not only to enhance the power of the magic, but also to increase the attack range of the magic. This must have been specially researched by the Magic Temple. As expected of a powerful temple that was comparable to the Knights Templars, Lin Xian did not participate in these magic arrays, and when he saw Long Haochen and the others return to his side, he was immediately overjoyed. "Boss," Lin Xian was about to say something, but he was interrupted by Long Haochen. "Let's face the enemy with all our strength first. We'll all listen to your command." Okay. After 2 years of training, Lin Xian was also very different from before, and his dependence on Long Haochen was significantly reduced. Although the demon army was advancing slowly, it gave people a feeling that it was as solid as a rock. With every step forward, the formation became more stable. The black airflow in the sky gradually shrouded the demon army, and from the top of the city, it was gradually impossible to see their appearance. The fluctuations of the magical elements on Jialing Pass were also becoming more and more intense, like an extremely powerful ancient demonic beast that could spit out its strongest attack at any time. The pressure produced by both sides was extremely terrifying. Whether it was the humans or the demons, they were all waiting for the moment to reach the critical point, which was the intersection point of the 2 sides' attack range. If one looked down from a distance, they could see that the colors of both sides were clearly distinguished. On the side of the demons, it was black with a hint of purple, and on Jialing Pass, there was a colorful halo. Even a Type 9 powerhouse would feel small and insignificant when facing such a powerful might. Lin Xian stood beside Long Haochen and said in a low voice, "The first round of collision is the most intense. It is a collision where both sides accumulate all their strength, but it will not cause any casualties. But neither side dares to be careless and has to go all out. Otherwise, if the opponent has the advantage, they will be completely suppressed. After the first round of collision, the demons will start to attack the city, and that is when the war will really begin. My Flame of Heart is a bit special. I can't cast spells together with them. When the enemy attacks the city, I will start to attack." Long Haochen said, "If I cast support magic, will it affect their joint casting?" Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, "Let's wait until the demons attack the city. I am worried that after the joint casting is affected, there will be unnecessary fluctuations. Moreover, with the strength of our brothers, it will not be a problem to withstand the attack of the demons." Lin Xian's caution was reasonable. Although he had more confidence in Long Haochen than anyone else, it was better not to take unnecessary risks. After the start of the Holy War, Jialing Pass and the demons had fought many times, and each time, the demons did not gain the upper hand. In other words, even without Long Houchen's help, they could still withstand the enemy's attack. In that case, why let Long Houchen take the risk? If it had the opposite effect, wouldn't it ruin the boss's reputation? Long Houchen nodded slightly. He had never cooperated with so many mages, especially when these mages were in a joint casting situation, so he did not have absolute confidence. From Lin Xian's words, he could also hear that the magic temple was very confident. In that case, why should he take the risk? The strong elemental fluctuations became more and more intense, and the demon army in the distance suddenly accelerated without warning. In the sky, a strong purple-black light surged violently, and in the process of surging, it gradually gathered into a hideous demon head. Something's not right. Lin Xian's expression changed slightly. Compared with the previous attacks of the demons, this time the demons seemed to have launched a little earlier. At this moment, the huge demon head slowly raised, and from its mouth, a purple-black light pillar rose into the sky. Then, 7 other light pillars of different colors, but all with black light, shot out like lightning. The momentum of the 7 stars, accompanying the moon, was completely presented in midair. The cold chanting could be heard clearly even from the top of Jialing Pass. The black light emitted from the 8 demon god pillars all condensed together, making the demon head more solid. It was like a real demon from hell that had really awakened, and it brazenly rushed toward the top of Jialing Pass. Forbidden Spell. The forbidden spell released by the 8 demon gods together. As the skull flew forward, the dark clouds from before became its tail flame, and in the process of its rapid flight, it continued to merge inwards. Forbidden Spell. Lin Xian blurted out, and at the same time, his expression changed drastically. He immediately ordered, "Concentrate the attack. Don't let it get close." The demon's sudden change of move had obviously caught Jialing Pass off guard. Moreover, it seemed that this change of move was launched by the 7 demon gods led by the demon god of hell, Marbus, and all the mages of the demons. The ferocious demon head gave off a feeling of desperation. The power of this attack was definitely not comparable to an ordinary forbidden spell. The moment it appeared in the air, most of the mages on the top of Jialing Pass felt their blood freeze. Even the seal that guarded Jialing Pass could not bring them any sense of security. All of this happened too suddenly. It seemed that it only took the 8 demon gods of the demons a very short time to complete the whole incantation. The sudden outbreak made it a little too late for Jialing Pass to react. The commanders of the various mages on the wall were also battle-hardened. Like Lin Xian, they all reacted immediately. On the top of the wall, a large number of magic lights erupted rapidly, like a storm, shooting toward the terrifying forbidden spell in the air. "Han Yu, help me!" Long Houchen shouted to Han Yu, who was next to him, and directly sat cross-legged on the ground. Fine, low sounds of incantation sounded from his mouth, with a strange rhythm and scale, echoing in a very small area. With the improvement of his cultivation, Long Houchen's vision was also much higher than before. The moment the demon head appeared, he clearly judged that the power of the mages on Jialing Pass would definitely not be able to withstand it. Of course, he also could not withstand it. However, he still had to do his best. Even if it was just a delay for a period of time, it could buy some time for Jialing Pass to resolve this fatal attack. Han Yu sat cross-legged behind Long Houchen, his hands pressed on Long Houchen's back. He and Long Houchen had a retainer contract, so it was much easier for them to transfer spiritual power to each other. Even without Lin Xian's conjoined panacea pill, he could achieve the corresponding effect. At the same time, he also opened his light blessing spiritual stove. This was the real reason why Long Houchen asked him to help. The orange radiance of the golden foundation battle armor became more and more intense, and pure light elements converged in Long Houchen's direction at an astonishing speed. In fact, what Long Houchen did not know was that the 8 demon gods' sudden and all-out attack was closely related to him. During this period of time, the demon god Samakina outside Dragon Resisting Pass had been seriously injured, and the demon army had been routed. Outside Exorcist Pass, City had been injured, and the demon army had suffered heavy losses. Two great strongholds had problems in succession, and the news had been reported to the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor's first reaction was that the humans were about to launch a counterattack. Although he did not believe that the humans had the ability to counterattack, the facts were in front of him. Although the Demon Emperor's goal was only to weaken the human strength, he was by no means a good person. The Temple League's resistance suddenly became stronger, and the Demon Emperor immediately issued orders to the other four great demon army outside the strongholds to put pressure on the Temple League. They must suppress their thoughts of counterattack and weaken their strength as much as possible. When Long Haochen and the others arrived at Jialing Pass, the demon god Marbus had also just received this order. After 2 days of preparation, the 8 demon gods used the demon god pillar to store the forbidden curse incantations, and then launched the attack once again. Using the demon god pillar to store the forbidden curse incantations could be extracted at any time, and there was no need to chant for a long time. However, this would also greatly consume the spiritual power contained in the demon god pillar, so the demon gods normally would not use it lightly. This time, in order to deal a heavy blow to Jialing Pass, Marbus decided to attack like this. Under the effect of the suddenness, Jialing Pass was indeed caught unprepared. The first to attack was the Wind Mage team in the distance. Wind magic was the fastest, be it incantation, chanting, or attack speed. In the air, the ear-piercing screeches made Long Haochen and the others feel as though they were back in the cave of Dreadhowl. Huge green spears with tornadoes spiraling around them headed straight for the devil's head. Nearly 100 streaks of green light struck the terrifying black forbidden spell in a rhythmic manner. When they got close, the light in front of the demon head suddenly became distorted, and a large number of tornadoes were directly swept away by the distorted light. Only a few of them hit the true body of the forbidden curse. However, it only slowed down the speed of the forbidden curse a little. The second to attack was the Earth Mage. In the sky, countless stones the size of millstones fell from the sky, like a torrent crashing into the pitch-black forbidden curse. Needless to say, the effect of earth magic was indeed much stronger than wind magic in this situation. Although a portion of the stones slid away, most of the falling stones still hit the forbidden curse, causing its speed to be slowed down again. However, if one observed closely, they would notice that when the stones hit the demon head, they would quickly dissolve and disappear. It only slowed down the speed of the forbidden curse, but did not weaken its power by much. After the earth was water, or more accurately ice. Rays of blue light interweaved and condensed in the air. In the end, they actually condensed together and turned into an ice ball that was much bigger than the demon head, brazenly crashing into it. The collision was short, and there was no violent explosion. Looking from the top of the Jialing Pass, one could see that the huge ice ball was actually melting from the center at a shocking speed, turning into countless pitch-black raindrops that fell from the sky and made sizzling sounds when they landed on the ground. Finally, it was fire. The mages under Lin Xion's command split into groups of 6, and dozens of huge, exploding fireballs flew towards the demon head like a meteor shower under the amplification of the spell formation on the wall. Ice and fire, two completely opposite elements, could often produce a miraculous effect when they intersected. The scorching heat after the cold could greatly damage the internal structure of the enemy's magic. Unfortunately, it seemed to be ineffective this time. The exploding fireballs caused the black forbidden curse to shine brightly, showing the violence of the fire element. However, the black demon head withstood all of them. After experiencing the impact of the 4 elements, its size only decreased by 1/5. In other words, almost 2,000 mages working together could only reduce its attack power by 1/5. If such a terrifying forbidden curse were to fall on the Jialing Pass, the consequences would be unimaginable. The demon god of hell Marbus looked coldly at the Jialing Pass in the distance. At this moment, the black flames that followed behind the demon head had completely merged into its body. I want to see how you're going to resist my forbidden curse. Hell's Descent Forbidden Curse. Samakina was actually injured by a human's attack. It was said that it was very serious, and even his domain was almost broken. Very well, let me take revenge for you. Marbus and Samakina had a very good relationship, and the demons and hell demons had the closest relationship. The two demons together could faintly fight against the moon devils and star demons, who had fewer numbers. It was clear that it was very powerful. The super forbidden curse that he used at this moment was based on his own proficiency in Hell's Descent, and it was cast with the power of the other 7 demon gods and his people. Its power was so great that even he couldn't estimate it. Today, he didn't think of attacking more. As long as this attack could destroy the front wall of the Jialing Pass, after the demon god pillars were covered, how long could the Jialing Pass stop them after losing its natural barrier? If he could destroy the magic temple, it would definitely be the heaviest blow to the Temple League. Bang! At this moment, Hell's Descent and the seal of Jialing Pass fiercely collided. After 4 rounds of magic, the power of Hell's Descent was only slightly weakened. The moment it collided with the seal, the entire Jialing Pass trembled. The violently distorted light surged crazily, and the seal's power was fully displayed. Circles of white halos condensed in the direction of Hell's Descent from all directions, trying to dissolve it. The demon head formed by Hell's Descent became even more ferocious, frantically struggling to break through. It could be seen that at the center of contact between it and the seal, a hole had gradually formed. It looked like it was only a matter of time before it broke through. At this moment, dozens of dazzling golden light pillars shot out from another direction of Jialing Pass. Their target was the hole formed by Hell's Descent. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian couldn't help but be slightly surprised and looked in the direction of the golden light. Although he hated Xinyuan Yin, he had to admit that this guy was very good at commanding his light mage group. He had been patiently waiting for this opportunity until now. Light and darkness were 2 opposite elemental attributes. If they were to launch it in advance, they would definitely be like the other mage groups and have a portion of the attack slid away. However, at this moment, Hell's Descent was clashing with the seal of Jialing Pass, and the hole formed was its core position. Launching an attack from this position made it impossible for this tyrannical, forbidden spell to dodge. Moreover, all the light magic that could be used against it were all released at its core position, reducing the power of Hell's Descent to the greatest extent. As expected, under the impact of the golden light, one could clearly see that the power of Hell's Descent was greatly reduced. The combined attack of 500 light mages completely weakened its power. Chapter 195. Xinyuan Yin pointed his staff forward and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the power of Hell's Descent was starting to decrease. The attack was effective. The light magicians behind him didn't need his orders at all. They all poured out their spiritual power, hoping to cooperate with the seal to block Hell's Descent outside. Their attack seemed to be very successful. Hell's Descent's forbidden spell was shrinking at an alarming speed. However, in the distance, the demon god of hell, Marbus, revealed a strange smile. If the forbidden spell launched by the 8 demon gods could be so easily blocked, then they wouldn't be worthy of their status. The size of Hell's Descent quickly shrank to 1/10 of its original size under the strong impact of the light magic and the obstruction of the seal. At this moment, Xinyuan Yin couldn't help but look in Lin Xian's direction with a pleased expression. However, at this moment, the surroundings suddenly quietened down. All sound seemed to have been sucked away in an instant. Xinyuan Yin subconsciously turned his head to look in the opposite direction. He was horrified to see that the Hell's Descent, which had shrunk to an extremely small size, was now frozen in its original position. Large patches of black net-like patterns spread out rapidly with it as the center, outlining the originally colorless seal of Jialing Pass. In the next instant, boom! A monstrous roar resounded, bringing with it an unparalleled ferocity. The devil's head once again exploded to its previous size, and the seal of Jialing Pass instantly shattered. Xin Yuan Yin and the 500 light magicians behind him let out a muffled groan at the same time and spat out a mouthful of blood. The shrinking of Hell's descent was for a more powerful explosion. The power of this forbidden spell was so terrifying that it already had a certain degree of intelligence. Xin Yuan Yin and the others' attack was actually effective. Hell's descent had shrunk a little, but at this moment, who could block its attack? Without the protection of the seal, everyone on the walls of Jialing Pass felt as if they were stuck in a quagmire. The terrifying dark elements were sweeping over at an alarming speed. The green wind appeared once again. Compared to the wind magicians from before, the green wind looked even purer this time. Strong wind elements surged out from all directions, forming a huge tornado that connected the heavens and the earth, enveloping Hell's descent within it. The violent winds were actually trying to blow it high into the sky, using the power of the wind to madly exhaust the power of Hell's descent. The Storm Legion commanded by Tan Wan finally took action. The defense of Jialing Pass wasn't that easy to break through. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to defend the pass since the start of the Holy War. The Stormwind Legion's attack was even more tyrannical than the combined might of the 5 great legions. They were composed of wind mages of the 7th tier and above. Their first move was a powerful joint spell. The power of this tornado was already at the level of a forbidden spell. Clearly, they had been working together for a long time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to cast a Tier 7 spell so easily in such a short time. As the tornado swept over, Hell's descent shrank once again, trying to reduce its contact with the tornado as much as possible. It was as stable as a boulder, and no matter how the tornado attacked, it didn't budge. The confrontation between the two sides had reached its climax. The demons suddenly launched an attack, and Jialing Pass had already sent people to invite the most powerful magician corps and the higher-ups of the magic temple. However, it would still take some time for them to arrive and cast a spell. As long as the magicians on the walls could hold on until then, the demons' ambush would be in vain. 8 rays of black light suddenly appeared like 8 shocking rainbows. These 8 rays of light came from the 8 demon god pillars. They rushed into the tornado at an alarming speed and collided with Hell's descent. With a shrill roar, Hell's descent instantly tore apart the tornado surrounding it and flew towards the top of Jialing Pass, which was hundreds of meters away. If the 8 demon gods didn't attack, the Storm Legion could only stop Hell's descent for a short period of time. However, Marbus knew that he couldn't wait any longer. If the Magic Temple's Magician Corps arrived, then even if Hell's descent attack eventually landed on Jialing Pass, the destructive effect would be far from what he had planned. On the walls of Jialing Pass, all the magicians could not help but be shocked. The entire top of the walls had already been covered in a layer of black. Everyone knew that as long as the forbidden spell landed on Jialing Pass, the walls of Jialing Pass would definitely be destroyed, and they would all become burial objects for Jialing Pass. From the moment the forbidden spell was launched to the moment it reached the top of Jialing Pass, everything happened in less than 10 seconds. Everyone felt the fear of being shrouded by death. A golden light suddenly shone without warning, just like the sudden light of dawn. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that the golden light was actually rainbow-colored. Under the strange golden light, a figure appeared and hovered in midair outside the top of Jialing Pass, blocking the path of Hell's descent. A golden hexagram shone on his back, and a majestic unicorn that emitted intense golden light floated over, carrying his body. Golden mask, golden armor, and the pure aura of light of the king of starlight unicorns. Not only did he bring light to Jialing Pass, but he also brought hope. The rainbow-colored golden light shrouded his body, and layers of golden halos rose from the king of starlight unicorns, resonating with the rainbow-colored golden light. On the back of the unicorn, the knight put his palms together, and a clear incantation came from his mouth. Behind him, the rainbow-colored light condensed into a huge female shadow, also sitting with her palms together. Strangely enough, the fearsome and mighty Hell's descent forbidden spell actually stopped right in front of him. Compared to the majestic aura of Hell's descent, the Golden Knight was just a drop in the ocean. However, he actually stopped Hell's descent and could not rush up to Jialing Pass when it was so close. All the mages of Jialing Pass were stunned at this moment. Of course, they recognized that the Golden Armor Knight was wearing the attire of the Knights Templars' Adamantine Knight. However, most of them didn't know why a knight would come here at this time and help them block this incomparably terrifying forbidden spell. A mere rank 8 knight could resist the super forbidden spell cast by the 8 demon gods and all the hell demons. Even if the Knight of the Seal was here, he might not be able to do it. Yes, Long Haochen cannot do it. Even if he was already a rank 9, he could not block the power of the forbidden spell with his own strength. Even if the forbidden spell had been weakened by the magicians. He was not blocking it now, but restricting it. He used a special magic similar to Star Demon Vasak's Great Prophecy to restrict Hell's descent. The pure light elements he released could not even weaken Hell's descent, but at least before his spiritual power was exhausted, the forbidden spell could not move forward. Prayer of Light. This magic had surpassed the scope of light magic. It should be called a holy magic. And the most proficient in holy magic was the Temple of the Priests, not the Knight. It was also learned from the Cave of Illusion. There, Long Haochen learned the most about the Guardian Knight skills, and the Prayer of Light was engraved in the innermost part of the cave. This holy magic was very difficult to grade. It had the same effect no matter what opponent it faced. Praying in exchange for peace. The ancestors of the Knights Templars who left this magic in the Cave of Illusion explained it as such. The Prayer of Light was the will of God, and also the seal of God. Human power could never truly master this ability, but it could be borrowed with a price and a time limit. Pray with the most sincere attitude. The purer the heart, the more powerful the light of the Prayer of Light. This holy magic originated from the High Elves, so even the Temple of the Priests did not know how to use it. After thousands of years, this strange holy magic finally saw the light of day and was used by Long Haochen. The moment Hell's descent appeared, Long Haochen's powerful spiritual power faintly felt a strong sense of unease. At the same time, the incantation of the Prayer of Light also appeared in his mind. This was an instinct, and it was the judgment of light. Long Haochen did not doubt the guidance of light, so he immediately asked Hanyu for help and began to chant this magic. It turned out that his choice was right. No one was more suitable to cast this holy magic than him. Compared to the time when he cast Holy Rain, Long Haochen's consumption was much less. The whole process of casting the holy magic could be described as a matter of course. There was no pause or bottleneck, and the incantation was completed in one go. Hanyu's spiritual power was completely given to Long Haochen. In addition to the powerful recovery ability brought by the spiritual stove of light and the assistance of the adamantine base armor, Long Haochen still had a considerable amount of spiritual power left when he completed this magic. Yes, who else was more qualified to cast holy magic than the favored? The Prayer of Light was triggered by the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield, which was why everyone saw the colorful golden light. Long Haochen could deeply feel the power of the super forbidden spell Hell's Descent. He was even more clear that the Prayer of Light that he cast with his own power was far from enough to stop it, so he had to rely on the power of the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield. After activating the power of the artifact last time, Long Haochen now had a higher degree of compatibility with the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield, and he also found some of the mysteries of activating the artifact's power. With his current level of cultivation, if he wanted to release the power of the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield, he would need to cast at least an attack of the level of a forbidden spell. It turned out that he had succeeded again. The Prayer of Light had sealed the Hell's Descent. The small golden light and the terrifying black light were in a stalemate in midair. Xin Yuan Yin was stunned, and so was Tan Wan. Of course, they knew who the person who suddenly appeared and blocked the attack of the demons was. Not long ago, they chased him off the city wall. Not long ago, Tan Wan had challenged him to a duel. At this moment, Tan Wan's mood was indescribable. It was a strange feeling, but more than that, it was shock. Almost 3,000 mages working together could not stop the terrifying forbidden spell of the demons. But that person had done it with his own power. Tan knew that Long Houchen must have had some tricks up his sleeve, and the situation would not last long. However, in the face of such a super forbidden spell, to have the courage to stand in front of it was already something that ordinary people could not do. A feeling of shame appeared in Tan and Xin Yuanyan's hearts at the same time. They were both saying the same thing to themselves. I actually wanted to challenge such a person just now. Tan Wan's mood was the most affected because she had seen with her own eyes how young the knight on a golden pedestal, the acting holy knight of Knights Templars, was. Tan Wan deeply remembered when she rushed to her teacher and asked him, "Is he really as young as he looks?" Palace Master Li Zhengji only nodded slightly, but Tan Wan was extremely shocked at that time. Rank 8. A knight who looked even younger than her had actually reached rank 8. He was also the leader of the monster hunters that Lin Xian was in, and the acting holy knight of Knights Templars. Was there really such a big gap between them? At this moment, in the face of this huge crisis, Long Houchen used his own power to prove to Tan Wan the gap between them. "Continue to attack. What are you waiting for?" Lin Xian's voice, which was triggered by spiritual power, rang through the entire Jialing Pass. Only then did the mages wake up from their daze. Passionate and high-pitched chants resounded from the top of Jialing Pass. Two figures flew out from the top of Jialing Pass almost at the same time, heading straight for where Long Houchen was. One on the left and one on the right, they stopped beside Long Houchen. Strangely enough, after being restrained by the light prayer, the aura of Hell's Descent was also restrained, so all the mages in Jialing Pass were no longer affected. The two people who flew out were Kair and Lin Xian. The Grim Reaper scythe had already appeared in Kair's hand. Her entire body was covered in a strange layer of gray. There was no killing intent flashing on her body, but her gray pupils stared coldly at the Hell's Descent in front of her. Once Long Houchen's light prayer could no longer continue, she would definitely replace Long Houchen to attack this powerful forbidden spell of darkness. On the other side, Lin Xian was completely different from Kair's preparation. As soon as he stopped beside Long Houchen, he released a fire magic attack that was more accurate and powerful than a textbook attack towards the forbidden spell of darkness. He pointed the fire crystal staff forward, and a huge fireball went straight for the Hell's Descent. Lin Xian clearly remembered that when Long Houchen flew up to block the forbidden spell, he said two words to him: "Attack." With the tacit understanding between Lin Xian and Long Houchen, when Long Houchen blocked the Hell's Descent and temporarily restrained it, Lin Xian understood what he meant. Long Houchen could only block it, but he could not solve it. But goodbye Jialing Pass some time. During this time, what they had to do was to weaken or even eliminate the power of Hell's Descent as much as possible. The first blue fireball had just flown out, and the second one had already appeared at the tip of the staff. It could be said that the instant release of a grade 5 fireball was stored in a magic tool. But what about the second and third instant release? At this moment, the fire crystal staff in Lin Xian's hands seemed to have become a series of cannons, and huge dark blue fireballs flew towards Hell's Descent. Every fireball that landed on Hell's Descent would let out an intense roar, bringing with it a blue flame. Although the effect wasn't very obvious, under Lin Xian's continuous attacks, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Hell's Descent was starting to cave in a little at the spot he attacked. In other words, his attack was effective. Don't forget, he was only attacking by himself. The powerful might of the flame of the heart was showing. The instant Lin Xian's 18th bursting fireball ended, a huge skull made of blue flames flew out of the fire crystal staff, becoming the 19th wave of attack. With just that one moment of buffering, Lin Xian's back was already glowing with a pair of blue flames in the shape of a dragon. Legendary grade equipment, fire dragon wings, 100% increase in mana gathering, 100% increase in movement speed, and fire dragon protection. At this moment, what Lin Xian needed was obviously not protection, but to increase his mana gathering speed. The fire curse spell was just a continuous process. He spread his fire dragon wings, and the fireballs appeared again. Another 18 consecutive fireballs appeared. From the start of his attack to the end of the 36th fireball, the entire process took less than a minute. At this moment, Lin Xin had completely exceeded his usual performance. Even a grade 8 magician might not be able to achieve this kind of attack power and attack speed. Moreover, he was using the grade 8 flame of the heart. All the bursting fireballs landed on the same spot. At the same time as the 36th fireball ended, a resonant phoenix cry resounded from Lin Xion's body, and the huge blue phoenix soared into the sky, bringing with it a dazzling blue flame as it pounced on that devil head. The violent explosion caused the dark spiritual energy on the devil's head to fluctuate violently. At this moment, Lin Xion's attack finally ended. The most beautiful magic wasn't necessarily the most effective, and Lin Xion's method of attacking a fixed target was clearly the most powerful he could achieve. When the Blue Flame Phoenix Spiritual Cauldron launched its attack, he had already tossed several pills into his mouth. Don't forget, he was also a potioneering apothecary. In terms of endurance and explosive power, he was almost invincible among mages of the same rank. Naturally, Lin Xion wasn't the only one attacking. In the face of a life and death crisis, all the mages on the city wall used their strongest magic. They all attacked from the side, and those with strong control even circled their magic to the back of Hell's Descent to avoid accidentally injuring Long Houchen's group of 3. Some of the bolder and stronger mages also flew to Long Houchen's side like Lin Xion and unleashed their magic attacks at close range. The infernal demon god Marbus stared dumbfoundedly at this scene from afar. His fierce eyes were filled with disbelief. The moment the prayer of light appeared, he realized that he had lost contact with Hell's Descent. Even with his cultivation, it was still difficult to control this super forbidden spell that was comparable to a full blow from the Demon Emperor. He didn't expect the magic temple to have the ability to temporarily seal this super forbidden spell. He also knew that this seal wouldn't last for long. However, the mages of the magic temple reacted extremely quickly and had already begun to attack the forbidden spell with all their might. With this kind of consumption, it was hard to say how much attack power Hell's Descent would have when the seal ended. As the 5th demon god of the demons, one of the 5 demon god pillars, Marbus naturally had his own decisions. He pointed his right hand in the direction of Jialing Pass and said in a low, powerful voice, "Attack." Although Hell's demons were the backbone of the demon army outside Jialing Pass, they were by no means the entire force. Following Marbus's order, the demon army suddenly launched a full-scale attack on Jialing Pass like a tide. The power of Hell's Descent was resisted, but all the mages of Jialing Pass were also pinned down. At the same time, Long Houchen couldn't hold on any longer. Although the Prayer of Light's main purpose was to use the power of God to seal, it also required a huge amount of spiritual power as support. Long Houchen used the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield to enhance his Prayer of Light, but his own spiritual power consumption rate was also extremely terrifying. At this time, the colorful golden light that bloomed from his body was obviously unstable and could collapse at any time. Kai Er's hands that were holding the Grim Reaper's scythe unconsciously clenched. Once Long Houchen's Prayer of Light ended, then they would bear the brunt and become the target of this forbidden spell. Kai knew that she had to buy time for Long Houchen. Only then would it be possible for him to take her and Lin Xion through the Tower of Eternity and teleport away. At this critical moment, 6 balls of light suddenly flew out from the direction of Jialing Pass without warning. Each of these 6 balls of light had a diameter of about 10 meters. After quickly descending, the 6 colors of red, blue, green, yellow, gold, and black shone at the same time, intertwining into a gorgeous hexagram in the air, just in time to trap Hell's Descent within it. The 6-colored light shield then rose, enveloping this greatly weakened super forbidden spell. As the golden light faded, Long Houchen grunted and ended the Prayer of Light. The Star King used his own spiritual power to help him stabilize his body so that he wouldn't fall. Without the seal of the Prayer of Light, the Hell's Descent forbidden spell immediately rushed left and right in the six-colored light shield, causing the light shield to emit bursts of violent tremors. At this time, the situation in the six balls of light could be seen clearly. Each of the balls of light had 6 magicians. There were a total of 36 people. Each of the 6 balls of light was led by a magician, and this powerful seal was cast by them together. If it was the Hell's Descent forbidden spell in its peak state, they might not be able to seal it, but after a series of consumption, this seal that was laid by 6 level 9 magic gods and 30 level 8 sacred magicians could temporarily withstand the Hell's Descent forbidden spell. The Magic Temple's Magician Legion finally arrived at this time and completed their magic, taking over Longhouchen's position. At the same time, a huge green light soared into the sky from within Jowling Pass. It first rose high into the sky, then slowly descended. Longhouchen, who was in a weakened state, was greatly shocked when he saw the green figure that was over 100 meters tall. That green figure looked like a human, but it actually looked like an enlarged version of the Magic Temple's master, the Wind Elemental Envoy Li Zhengji. However, at this time, Li Zhengji's plump body was filled with endless majesty. He wore green armor and held a huge war blade in both hands. Green light lingered around his body, and gusts of wind constantly attacked his body. Every time the wind attacked, the green light on his body would grow a little stronger. In fact, Li Zhengji had already arrived when Longhouchen launched his attack. Even with his cultivation, the Super Hell's Descent forbidden spell was still very troublesome to deal with. He needed time to rush over, and it was obviously impossible for him to display his strongest ability in a hurry. Just as he was about to rush over, Longhouchen suddenly appeared on the battlefield and sealed the Hell's Descent forbidden spell. Although this was not enough to turn the situation around, it was tantamount to giving Li Zhengji timely help as it bought him enough time. Seeing that Longhouchen was about to be unable to hold on, Li Zhengji and the mages, who were already prepared, attacked at the same time. The huge green figure floated down and arrived in front of the 6 elemental seal. The long blade in his hand moved in the air, and suddenly, an emerald green light directly slashed at the horrifying black mass of the Hell's Descent forbidden spell. A strange scene appeared. The moment the blade slashed out, all the wind in the sky disappeared. In the next instant, a thin piece of the Hell's Descent forbidden spell was cut off. It was a piece of spiritual power that was as black as ink. What was even more strange was that this piece of black Hell's Descent was covered with a layer of emerald green light. The wind god's long blade that Li Zhengji had transformed into shook, and the black light flew towards the demons in the distance. It landed in the vanguard camp of the demon army. The first thing that erupted was a strong wind. The hurricane scattered in all directions with a terrifying cutting force, followed by the power of the Hell's Descent. It could be clearly seen that under the thin black cover, the ground within a radius of 1,000 meters sunk by 10 meters at the same time. As long as the demons were within this range, even if they were also of the dark attribute, they would be instantly melted into nothingness. Li Zhengji's action had just begun. He stretched out the long blade in his hand and slashed fiercely at the Hell's Descent. He then threw the spiritual power of the Hell's Descent at the demon army. After just a few slashes, the charging momentum of the demon army was completely suppressed, giving them a taste of their own medicine. This was what a true powerhouse was like. Seeing this scene, Longhouchen couldn't help but feel dazzled. He couldn't see how Li Zhengji did it at all. As a mage, he was now like a god descending to the world, and all he used were martial arts. This ability could no longer be simply described as powerful. Almost as soon as he appeared, he immediately reversed the situation and turned defeat into victory. He even used the super forbidden spell, Hell's Descent, as his weapon. As expected of the Wind Elemental Ambassador, known as the strongest powerhouse of the 6 major temples. There were more than 36 mages in the Magic Temple's team of mages. Dozens of mages landed on the city wall one after another, reorganizing the mages, reorganizing and recovering their spiritual power, ready to continue fighting at any time. At this time, the surprise attack of the demons had been completely resolved. Li Zhengji's series of attacks had killed at least 10,000 demons. The demon god of hell, Marbus, finally couldn't help but take action. Although he had consumed a lot of energy previously, he couldn't just watch his subordinates be slaughtered by Li Zhengji. In a flash, the 8 demon gods all flew into the air, using their respective powers to resist the spiritual power of the hell's descent thrown out by Li Zhengji. In an instant, the spiritual power in the sky surged, and various colors of light flew everywhere. The wind god transformed by Li Zhengji seemed to be able to fight against 8 demons alone, and he wasn't at a disadvantage at all, although this was related to the weakened state of the 8 demon gods. The ability of the wind elemental ambassador to be able to do this showed how powerful he was. At this moment, Long Haochen and the rest had already returned to the Jialing Pass. As they recovered their spiritual power, Long Haochen's gaze never left Li Zhengji. It was extremely helpful for him to be able to witness a battle between powerhouses of such a high level. Using his powerful mental strength to sense the spiritual power in the air, Long Haochen gradually understood Li Zhengji's battle style. It was definitely a spell, and Li Zhengji was at the core of the spell. Long Haochen was a god-blessed himself, so he could sense that Li Zhengji's spell had truly borrowed the power of the wind god. However, Long Haochen borrowed the power of the goddess of light because of his identity as a god-blessed, while Li Zhengji borrowed the power of the wind god because of his powerful abilities and his affinity with the wind element. Conservatively, Long Haochen estimated that Li Zhengji's internal spiritual power was at least 300,000. Furthermore, he should have at least one relic with him. The battle did not last for too long. The demon gods were all selfish. Sensing Li Zhengji's power, Marbus did not want to fight him to the death. When the 8 demon gods charged out to block Li Zhengji's attack, they had already given the order to retreat. The demons' morale plummeted as they advanced and retreated. Meanwhile, the power of the super forbidden spell, Descending Hell, gradually weakened under Li Zhengji's continuous weakening. The power of breaking the seal became weaker and weaker. Finally, as the 6-colored seal pressed inward, the Descending Hell forbidden spell disappeared with a poof. It also announced the end of the battle. Li Zhengji did not continue to chase after the demons who had retreated. Instead, he held his blade in front of him and looked at the 8 demon gods who were retreating slowly. He looked like he was about to attack the sky with his blade. At this moment, the Jialing Pass had become a sea of joy. Although the battle today was dangerous, the final outcome could be said to be perfect. There were no casualties on the side of the Jialing Pass, but the enemy suffered a heavy blow. At least for the time being, they did not dare to attack again. When the Descending Hell forbidden spell was destroyed, Long Haochen left the top of the city wall with his partners silently and went down the city wall. He had already done what he had to do. There was no point in staying any longer. Moreover, he did not want to see Tan Wan and Xin Yuanyin again. Regardless of whether they felt guilty, embarrassed, or continued treating him coldly, he was not willing to face them. When Long Haochen left, the wind god in the sky turned his head slightly and glanced in the direction he had left. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. 3 days later, Xian, please come with us. I'm begging you, okay? How can I let you stay here? Lin Xian was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, circling around Lin Xian's room. Lin Xian looked at him in amusement and said, "You? This bad habit of indecisiveness can never be changed in this life." Although she said so, her eyes were full of tenderness. "We are all demon hunters. You have your team, and I also have my own team. How can I give up on my teammates? Moreover, my strength can no longer keep up with you and Haochen. If I go, I will only become your hindrance. I have already discussed with Lu Shi. Before the end of this holy war, we will all stay in the Jialing Pass. It is safe enough here. You are a man, a member of the handsome Monster Hunt 64. We still have time in the future. Can you stay for me? We are demon hunters, and from the day we become demon hunters, our lives no longer belong to us. Don't you understand? Lin Xin was silent. He had been persuading Lin Xin for almost an hour. After the battle 3 days ago, the situation in the Jialing Pass was even more stable. It was almost impossible for the demons to break through this impregnable pass. Moreover, with the relationship between the Magic Temple and the Knights Templars, Long Haochen decided to continue south to meet up with the others after discussing with his companions. Under such circumstances, Lin Xin was naturally in a difficult position. His relationship with Lin Xin was getting better day by day. How could he bear to part with her? Although he knew that what Lin Xin said was right, he could not accept it in his heart. Lin Xin stood up and walked in front of Lin Xin. She leaned into his arms and hugged his waist. Silly, I should be the one who should be worried. Because your strength is getting stronger, the mission you have to complete will definitely be more difficult. Promise me, live well. Haven't you always wanted to? Today, I will give it to you. I hope you can have more worries and pay more attention to protect yourself. No matter how long it takes, I will wait for you. Hearing Lin Xion's words, Lin Xion could not help but tremble. If it was in the past, he would definitely be excited. But at this moment of separation, how could he be happy? No, Xion heir, I want to marry you legally. I can't let you be wronged, especially at this time. Especially at a time like this, how could I? I love you, Xion heir. I really can't bear to leave you. Lin Xin hugged Lin Xion tightly, feeling the elasticity and warmth of her body. He could not help but burst into tears. In the 64th Commander Grade Demon Hunt Squad, he was the one with the most fragile emotions. Lin Xin suddenly broke free from Lin Xion's arms and said fiercely, "What do you mean you can't let me be wronged? I should be the one who can't let you be wronged. Do you think I can't just because you say so? You are a magician, and I am a knight. Use your magic to stop me if you can." Under Lin Xion's dumbfounded gaze, his body was already pulled towards the bed by Lin Xin. This was a battle between a 6th grade knight and a 7th grade magician. In such a close distance, in a small dormitory, one could imagine who would win.